I'm going to call this meeting of the Washington County School District Board of Trustees to order this regular meeting, and we'll start with our roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. President Taylor.
I'm here.
Vice President Nicolette.
Present.
Trustee Church.
Here.
Trustee Mayberry.
Here.
I am here. Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Smith.
Here.
Student Representative Victoria Gomez.
Here.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We're going to stand for our pledge. I'm going to ask someone who we could not make it here without, but she is always in the background. Vanjie, please lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Miss Russell. Okay, we're on to agenda item 1.04, looking for an action to, a motion, I should say, to adopt the agenda if it is the pleasure of the board. Oh, right, I'm sorry. Before we adopt the agenda, thank you, JJ. Someone else we couldn't do without. Staff is asking for the pulling of a consent agenda item 2.09. And this agenda item will return to the board for consideration at a future meeting. Staff needs a little more time on that. So with the exception of consent agenda item 2.09, looking for a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'd like to pull a consent agenda item.
Now, that's when we get to consent agendas. So right now it's just the agenda as a whole. Okay? Okay, moved by Trustee Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. Any public comment on this, JJ? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion carries. If the record show it is unanimous. Now, this will be your time, Trustee Church. Now we're on consent agenda item. This is, we know these items are generally routine in nature and items that the board acts upon in ordinary way of, in a time of doing ordinary business. And we're looking for a consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.08 and then 2.12 through 2.14. But I do know there is a request to pull.
Yes, just one. 2.03, approval of the February 22 minutes.
Okay, so we're just with the exception of that. So now we're looking for approval of a consent agenda items 2.02 and then 2.04 through 2.08. And 2.10 through 2.14, if that's the pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Okay, moved by, I'll go with Vice President Nicolette, and then seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Public comment on this, JJ? None? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Okay, motion carries. It is unanimous. We'll go to, these are minutes from our meetings. So Trustee Church, you have questions on agenda item 2.03?
Yes, I cannot approve it. If you go down to item 4.01, and then it relates to public comment 5.01, board reports, quote, members of the Board of Trustees reported on their activities, meetings, and events. I don't even remember what I spoke on, but I think many of the things that myself and fellow trustees speak on is extremely timely and important, and it's unacceptable to just put that in there that we spoke about activities, meetings, and events. And it's kind of a slap in the face when you go down to public comment on 5.01, it lists all the public comment that was made. So I hate to think that I have to go to public comment to the podium to have my comments or the other trustees reflected in the minutes. So I move that we not accept the minutes, send them back for inclusion of the comments made by the trustees.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor that the minutes from the Board of Trustees, the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on February 22nd be returned to staff and ask staff to include in the minutes the board reports. Is there a second?
And may I ask,
I don't think there's a second.
may I ask a question if legal opines if that meets the statutory open meeting law requirements or whatever law that requires the minutes?
Yeah, I believe it does meet it. There's no requirement to get into the great detail. Obviously, your motion would also be legal if it was supported, but I don't believe open meeting law requires the minutes to be in that degree of detail.
And something I would add too is the traditionally, board reports is simply a report of the activities that trustees are doing in the district on behalf of the district or in our role as a trustee. We don't include superintendent's report in the minutes for that same reason, and we don't include the student advisory committee's report in those minutes at all. So it certainly isn't inconsistent, but it's not that we can't consider something different, but it doesn't seem like there's an appetite for that motion, Trustee Church.
Well, I voiced my opinion. Apparently it doesn't resonate. Unfortunately, I think what I'm going to have to do is stand up at the podium to be sure that my comments get on the record, and that's just a little awkward, but that's what I'll do.
But that choice is yours. As you know, as a citizen, you can always make public comment, as you know. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. Just as a point of clarification, I mean, these are live streamed and they're videoed and they're available forever through that form of documentation. So I would just offer that. I think that they are well documented to anybody that wants to go back and replay them.
Only if they want to watch the entire video or fast forward, but it's not in the written minutes.
I would understand that, but the same people that would be interested in reading the written minutes could also just easily watch the originals themselves. So I'm just saying that I do think that they are documented.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. And I would just add, I think that the reason I'm comfortable with those comments from us, not because what we're doing isn't important, but it's not germane to board reports, superintendent's reports, and the student advisory committee report. It's not germane to the business of the district, which is why I'm comfortable without that. So, Trustee Mayberry?
Well, if I may, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move to approve the minutes of the February 22nd, 2022 regular meeting of the Board of Trustees.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor for the approval of those minutes, which is consent agenda item 2.03. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0. All right, we're going to move on to items for presentation. We'll start with agenda item 3.01. This is information, discussion, and possible action to appoint a member or members of the Board of Trustees to the following non-Washoe County School District public bodies for 2022. Diane Nicolette to the Washoe County Debt Management Commission, Jeff Church to the Nevada Association of School Boards Board of Directors, Ella Minetto to the Nevada Association of School Boards Executive Committee, and Elizabeth Smith to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board. This is for possible action, and I am the presenter on this. As you know, first of all, I apologize. This is something we typically get to earlier in the year, but we've had just a few things going on the board, and so we finally gathered the information, and I certainly asked the board leadership team for their input, and then reached out to each of the trustees. Most are continuing in their appointments in their positions, and there was an opening. I asked Trustee Church if he would step in, and he's asked before about the Nevada Association of School Boards, and he graciously accepted. Thank you, Trustee Church, and so that's why we submit this. I do, but with the support of the board leadership team to the board now. So if it is the pleasure of the board, I would like to have a motion to that effect. Thank you. Moved by Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, there is a second. Okay, fantastic. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion carries. If the record show, it is unanimous. And thank you, everyone, for your service. And Trustee Church will make sure that your appropriate contact information gets to NASB for action moving forward. Okay, agenda item 3.02. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District fiscal year 23-27. Oh my. 2023 to 2027 5-year capital improvement plan, or the SIP, as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is for possible action, and before us is our CFO, Mr. Mathers, and our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Mr. Searcy. I'm not sure who's going first. Mr. Searcy, your light is on, so it must be you.
I'll start it off. Good afternoon, for the record. Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities. So I always like acronyms that double as words. We'll hear, but for some reason this is commonly referred to as a Capital Improvements Plan, or the CIP. They spell this one out. Anyway, this is required by state law and board policy 7100 to be submitted annually, not only as a part of board policy annual review of our capital program, but as a part of the district's budget. We'll go through the process in depth. This has been before staff for quite a few months, as well as this comes to you from the Capital Funding Protection Committee, where it was presented in the same format and discussed at length and ultimately approved or recommended for approval to the committee. This presentation is also going to be inclusive of all capital funding revenue streams. So that's kind of an important distinction. It's not just your WC1 funded projects per se, but really all of the funding sources and projects that Capital Projects Department completes. So sort of a simplification, what it is and versus what it is not. This is a fairly comprehensive plan. It's a 5-year plan by definition that outlines really all of the scope, schedule, and the financing, the budgets associated for all of these projects. It also represents an annual opportunity for this conversation with the trustees and with the public about the capital needs and resources associated with the district's program. However, it is not actual approval of any of these projects. It is a plan. It will be reevaluated annually. But as you've seen time and time again, each of these projects will have to come back before the Capital Funding Protection Committee, or most of them will come before the CFPC, and then appropriately back through the board for individual authorizations. This is really just the start of a plan. So you're going to hear this theme recurring this afternoon, kind of looking at major categories within the overall CIP. There's a lot in here. But to group them, we have major projects. So think new schools typically would fall into those categories. We then have capital renewal. Again, something you're very familiar with, replacement of roofs, boilers, important, critical, ongoing work in our existing facilities. And then to group it into a third category, existing facility modernization. The image you see on your screen of Swope Middle School undergoing a dramatic modernization as we speak is a representative example we're going to talk about quite a bit this afternoon. But think of those three categories to sort of get oriented. And before we get into the details of those projects, we're going to hand it back off to CFO Mathers to talk about the resources available to put towards this program.
Thank you, Adam. Again, Mark Mathers. So as most of you know by now, for our capital improvement program, we try to use a mix of debt financing when the size of a facility and that construction exceeds our ability to cash fund it, but also when we can, pay-as-you-go sources so that we can avoid interest to bondholders when at all possible. And for our capital improvement program, there are really two major sources, even though we listed three. First is the WC1 Sales Tax approved by voters in November of 2016, which is that 0.54% on sales of goods that we all pay. We've seen, as we'll talk about in more depth later, very strong growth of sales tax revenues in Washoe County over the last 2 fiscal years, more than 15% per year, which is far in excess of anything we've ever modeled. And then the second source are property taxes, which are that result from or come from our debt rate of 38.85 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. Those revenues are deposited in actually a debt service fund, but they go to support and are pledged to support debt service on our rollover bonds. And they can also be used for pay-as-you-go projects, which we'll talk about as well. And then lastly, we did list the government services tax. This is the tax on your motor vehicle bill. We get a portion of that like all other local governments. Oops, sorry, Adam, I thought you were. So again, like any budget, a constraint here in the capital improvement program are our revenues. We can't overspend our revenues, obviously. So this is a 5-year summary of those revenue sources that I just went through. So I'll just hit on a few highlights here and not go through every line item. But on sales tax revenues, again, we've seen very strong growth. To be conservative, we've actually assumed no growth in next fiscal year. We're concerned about a possible kind of retrenchment by consumers who've had stimulus dollars to spend in the past, but now do not. There's also talk of a recession. So we wanted to be extremely conservative. So we assumed 0% growth for 22-23 of that revenue source, and then 5% per annum thereafter, which we kind of think is a normal common economy. You'll also see, in terms of rollover bond issuance, that this plan is predicated on a number of new rollover bond series being issued over the next 5 years. We're fortunate to be able to do that because many of the rollover bonds issued 20, 25 years ago are now rolling off, no pun intended, but they're maturing. So the debt for those series start to roll off about midway through this plan and precipitously drop, which then gives us the capacity to issue more debt for the projects Adam's going to talk about. Government services tax we've modeled based again on 5% growth per year. And then in terms of medium-term note proceeds, near the bottom of that top section, we've continued to assume issuance of 4-year notes at the same pace as we currently have been issuing, $3.4 million a year. Those notes are paid by the Government Services Tax Fund. And then lastly, you see a transfer in, and that's a transfer in of property tax revenues that are not needed to pay debt service on rollover bonds, and those will go to fund IT devices, our refresh program. So that in total kind of gives you a high-level summary. We're going to do a deeper dive into these revenue sources near the tail end of the presentation, but overall we've been conservative in our forecasts. We don't want to overestimate those revenue sources. And part of how we put together this CIP is kind of a back and forth between capital projects and ourselves. We model things. We may push back or accelerate projects based on availability of funding. So it's an iterative process, and this is where we kind of ended up. This pie chart basically breaks down what will be funded through rollover bonds over that 5-year plan, which is a little bit more than 56%. And then the rest, by and large, are WC1, either sales tax revenues that are used on a pay-as-you-go basis to cash fund projects, or bonds issued that pledge the WC1 tax rate. So again, just a real high-level summary. Just one last point. Sales taxes have been so strong that they've now almost equaled our property tax revenues, which used to be almost 2 to 1. Now they're almost equal. So we're projecting $62 million in sales tax revenues and $71 million in property tax revenues. So again, almost tracking together very closely now. And so with that, I will turn it over to Adam to talk about the more exciting part of the program, our projects.
This is all very exciting, actually. You know, as Mark mentioned, a very iterative process. We're going to begin to walk into the process that our side of the team really works on related to needs and demands. We work on needs and available resources. But again, these are the categories. We talk about major projects, capital renewal, and core school investments kind of as 3 primary pillars of our overall program. You're going to hear that again and again. The next 2 slides are really dense, detailed excerpts from the actual CIP. But I'm going to tease out a couple of these for discussion, but really group them on this slide into those categories because we're going to talk about many of them as we go through the presentation. Really starting off at the top, you can see what we'll refer to as major projects. Most of those you're familiar with, and many of them, you know, really are representative of new schools. I want to highlight the 3rd line down, transportation expansion. That is a bit of a misnomer. I don't want to have there be any confusion related to the word expansion. Really, those dollars in year 1 and year 2 are specifically targeted towards a modernization and safety improvements at our central or ghetto transportation yard. If you've ever been there, there are a variety of extreme deficiencies there: underground storage, fuel storage tanks, unpaved parking lots, and just significantly deficient office and maintenance spaces that have always been a part of the CIP and are slowly moving towards, you know, the first year of activity. So that's just a word on expansion. But moving down to the bottom of this page, the last several lines are really what we would identify as capital renewal. So it doesn't look like much on this slide. It's just an annual allocation, a budgetary line of $40 to $50 million per year. We'll talk more in detail about that later tonight and then in future board meetings, but that is really where we spend 90% of our time, dealing with various painting and window replacement and things of that nature that are critical to all of our buildings. But that's capital renewal on this slide. And then kind of in the middle of this slide, we have the modernization projects, the comprehensive modernization study, and the subsequent elementary and middle and high school categories of existing school major investments. We're going to spend some time talking about those projects in more detail as well. And last but not least on this slide, I wanted to draw attention to the line item, maybe fourth from the bottom, admin/central services offices. These are also school facilities that are very important to the organization. It should come as no surprise that this building itself is over 60 years old and is no longer adequate to serve the needs of this organization in a variety of ways and has been long neglected. You can see it really as a placeholder at this point, out in year 5, representative of the prioritization of the school needs, but also noteworthy, I feel, for its inclusion in the CIP at all. So just on the second slide, there's a continuation. 2 slides of this level of detail, and then we'll start talking about specific projects. I wanted to highlight mostly the second line item down. Mr. Mathers mentioned the IT device refresh program that is funded with government service tax dollars after debt service, or pardon me, property tax revenues after debt service is addressed. This is a new program that will also come back to the board very specifically with the capital renewal program in June. So really it's just drawing attention to that one in particular on this page, and then a variety of smaller scale projects that are funded out of these revenue streams. A lot of government service tax revenue funded initiatives on this page in particular, as well as other needs, capital needs across the district. So there's a lot of numbers and words on those pages. This is a graphic representation of the distribution of those same dollars. I think this is almost more impactful to look at really in from a high level standpoint where we are proposing to invest the resources that we have across those categories of projects. Of course, there's debt, but really looking at major projects, capital renewal, and core school investments or major modernizations across the district over the next 5 years. Okay, so forging ahead, we sort of reset again to these 3 major categories. With the new schools, we're going to talk a little bit more about the demand, the balancing of resources, and the timing associated with those projects. That is a delicate act. With the capital renewal, again, healthy replacement cycle, making sure that we minimize those emergency failures. You know, the roof leaks into the middle of an active classroom, highly disruptive. We want to be ahead of that to the best of our ability. So maintaining consistent, healthy level of investment in capital renewal is, a very, very high priority. And last but not least, the existing school investments, that modernization, or that providing that academic adequacy across all school facilities in our district is something very important that we're going to talk quite a bit more about here as we move on. Before we dive into the details on these 3 categories, I wanted to at least give a slide to mention that while we're only depicting a 5-year plan here, because that's really what's required, we absolutely look at a 10-year horizon as well as even a 20-year horizon for good reason. Everybody can appreciate that looking that far into the future is a very imprecise exercise, but the world doesn't come to an end at the 5-year point. So these projects sometimes can take upwards of 5 years from start to finish to even complete. So I wanted to at least make mention of both a 10 and a 20-year horizon. Specifically, the snapshots that you see on this page are excerpts from our 20-year facilities master plan that was approved by the board and the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency late 2019, early 2020. And I will, let you read through the details of that excerpt, but suffice it to say that everything within the 5-year CIP that's before you here today is in alignment with what is in the 20-year facilities master plan. And that's really what's important to the public and the other public agencies, that we are consistent with our facility master planning, or if changes need to be made, that we communicate that thoroughly. So moving forward, we're going to start first again with the major projects, and we start talking about the demand. How do we get to the timing and the nature of these major projects? For the most part, it starts with enrollment demands. This is a slide that most of you saw back in September when we held a special meeting on capital projects. You may or may not recall, but there are a number of takeaways, important data points that are illustrated on this slide. Probably the primary takeaway is just appreciation for the complexity and the dynamic nature that goes into enrollment projections. This community continues to grow, but there are a number of emerging trends that we keep a very close eye on annually, and even more frequently than that. You can see just a couple of these bullet points. The birth rates as a community per capita have been and continue to decline. The development itself, while it is continuing at a strong rate throughout the community, everywhere you turn, we learn of the fact that this community is not actually achieving its goals with respect to the pace of development growth. Charter schools are an ever-growing influence on our enrollment projections, and since 2016, that trend has only accelerated.
Unless they've asked for us to wait, sometimes we can just throw your light on and.
Yeah, just right there. What about private schools?
Sorry, I think that's a great question. I think charter schools maybe was too narrow of a definition there. Non-WCSD enrollment would be affected by this as well. And generally the same trend has been observed, that more and more opportunities for students to attend schools other than WCSD has impacted our enrollment projections to a couple percent.
So the 2,800 refers to charter schools, then there's a different number apparently not available for private schools.
That's correct. It's much smaller, probably an order of magnitude smaller than 2,800, but it all is taken into consideration when we're making our enrollment projections.
And is that projection that'll increase or decrease or stabilize?
The growth has almost entirely been in the charter school arena. The enrollment in private schools has been relatively stable over this period. But definitely an influencing factor in our projections. And then last but not least, COVID has thrown everything in this world for a loop. This slide also is one that you've seen before. It is particularly noteworthy, and we felt warranted re-illustration. You're going to see these effects as we go forward, but the takeaway over the next several years as we see that large cohort of students graduating, these are district-wide numbers, but the same basic curve can and will be felt at all of our high schools now, where these students are matriculating through and ultimately will graduate out. You'll see the impacts as we go forward. Okay, so that's just to set the table on how we arrive at those growth projections, and now we're going to dive into a couple specific aspects of our major projects program. This one first is our next newest probable elementary school up in North Spanish Springs. This is a very forward-looking presentation here today. Obviously, we've got schools under construction, we've got groundbreaking ceremonies and ribbon cutting ceremonies upcoming, but this is the next one ahead, we anticipate a new school, a new elementary school up in the Stonebrook community in North Spanish Springs. This is really just immediately north of Andelin Farms, kind of between Bohatch Elementary and La Posada, or halfway between Spanish Springs Elementary and Bohatch. This is a slide taken from 2018, where we requested funding for the acquisition of this piece of property. It was approved, and we purchased this property. We own this property, and we're poised to execute the design and construction when circumstances demonstrate that need. So we own this property now, and at this point are projecting in the CIP and here today to anticipate the need to open that new elementary school in the 25-26 school year. So this is a pretty dense graphic depicting the current and projected enrollments of really all of the area elementary schools up there in North Spanish Springs. There's quite a few of them. I think this is going to progress very similarly to what we all experienced with the Southeast Reno, Damani Ranch area elementary schools. In fact, you can see that orange bar representing Bohatch. They are currently at or slightly above maximum capacity. We are moving forward with the addition of portable classrooms to Bohatch this summer in advance of next school year, 2 portable units representing 4 temporary classrooms. As you can see, as the years or the projections proceed, we anticipate that growth to continue through all the schools in the area. And then likely, as we did with the new Jaywood Raw Elementary School, we'll bring forward an opportunity to the board to make a decision. Should we move forward with construction allocation, or should we rezone, or should we wait and see? Those types of scenarios will be debated, but likely by the fall of 2025 is right now when we anticipate the need to open that new school. And again, all of this will come before the board every step of the way. Design funding allocation, construction funding allocation, none of that is approved, but it's anticipated in this plan. The next most significant major school in the CIP really is the proposed Cold Springs Area High School. We'll talk more about why I've titled this the Cold Springs Area High School Phase 1. But we're going to start off by looking at a 10-year enrollment projection for North Valleys High School, for which a new high school in the Cold Springs area would be anticipated to relieve. You can see where they're at today, and you can see the effects of a number of influencers that we're going to go through here in a minute, and then you can see that population projected to really climb and ultimately likely triggering a new high school in that area. So this is just the first slide. We've got several to go through talking about the projected need for that new high school. The first influencing factor really is a rezoning action that has already been approved by the board and is anticipated or will go into effect starting next school year, whereby the Panther Valley area has been rezoned into the new HUG enrollment zone. So that has already been approved, will go into effect, and is anticipated to affect approximately 125 students for next school year, or approximately a 5% hit to the North Valleys High School population. This is, of course, in and amongst growth that they already see in that community, but the Panther Valley area is going to be zoned into HUG starting next school year. We also anticipate, with the opening of the new W. Smith Career and Technical Academy High School in 24-25 school year, that a significant number of students who would otherwise attend North Valleys, who would be zoned for North Valleys High School, will opt to enroll in that new CTE high school. This is a pie chart that we've seen in our zoning committee meetings in the past. This is a distribution of zoned students at AACT currently. So if you project a similar distribution, you could see 13% of the students at AACT roughly are zoned for North Valleys. If you do the math on 950 or so students at W. Smith CTE at 13%. That's approximately 100 to 150 students who would otherwise be zoned for and likely attend North Valleys High School, who will instead be attending this new high school, representing another approximately 5% drawdown, if you will, to the North Valleys High School enrollment. Here we see the impacts of that enrollment bubble trend. This now just sort of, the same curve, but sort of zooming in on that North Valleys High School feeder enrollments. You can see that same trend really crossing through the 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26 school years as those 8th, 9th, and 10th graders matriculate through North Valleys High School, and beyond each year, approximately 50 fewer kids will replace them in 9th grade, resulting in another approximate 5% reduction in total enrollment through that time period. Those are all some headwinds. This graphic on slide 22, this is a snapshot from one of the publications that we use to inform our residential development projections. This is from the University of Nevada Center for Regional Studies. It really tracks development applications, permits, construction starts, building sales, and the timing of all of those activities very closely, and that significantly informs our enrollment projections. The takeaway here is that while everyone who lives or goes to the North Valleys, it's very apparent how much construction and development is occurring, but when we've talked about in this meeting student generation rates, how many high school kids really come out of 100 single-family residential units, it's not that high. It's not that significant. So to generate the number of additional students that would warrant a new high school, it actually takes a tremendous amount of residential development. And while there is a lot of development in the North Valleys, and that was reflected in our earlier projections, those large areas of red are currently pending developments that have not yet broken ground. And the 500-pound gorilla in this conversation really is that Stonegate master plan community, which, although we're going to talk about in a minute, we've worked closely together with them to master plan these school facilities into the future of the Cold Springs community. For a variety of reasons, they've yet to break ground, and that really just pushes this demand curve out a little bit more. Now the slide about the phasing. This is a snapshot showing the high school enrollment boundaries. To get your bearings, you can see the North Valleys, new Proctor Hug High School, McQueen zones, and whatnot, as opposed to the new Hug High School, where we were able to rezone the entire old Hug, a portion of Sun Valley, relieving Spanish Springs High School, a portion of Panther Valley, relieving North Valleys High School to fully populate that school on day one. This new high school looks to progress maybe more similarly to Demonte Ranch High School, which opened with a full complement of high school amenities, but with a master planned addition when the demand warrants. So in this case, up in the upper left-hand corner, of course, we have Cold Springs, and you can see that likely because of where North Valleys High School is relative to its enrollment zone, this is likely a zero-sum enrollment type of exercise. So, getting 3,000 students in North Valleys High School and then opening each of them at 1,500 students is not realistic. And so master planning for a phased opening is the current thinking or approach. This next slide is
If I may add on, wasn't North Valleys built that way as well?
I believe it was. I'm not sure how swiftly. I think it was pretty.
It was it?
Pretty
Yeah.
quick that
And
it was.
They added to it really
expanded.
quickly, and DeMonte took a little bit longer, but it was the same. Yeah. Same
Or
idea.
certainly the same prototype, the
Yep.
same design.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was done that way.
So it's not an uncommon
Right.
reality
for that area, especially.
for that area.
Yeah.
Yep. High schools and areas experiencing growth motivated. With the current high school, so to orient yourself to this slide, this is a very conceptual graphic that we developed with the Stonegate architects and engineers. On the bottom of the image is US 395, and on the right hand side, kind of vertically, is White Lake Parkway. So if you're familiar with Cold Spring, really, it's that first exit that you come to. Off to the left as you're traveling north, it's kind of to the bottom of this page, is the majority of the Stonegate development. This is sort of a triangular quadrant. When you get off of that interchange, there's White Lake itself out into the distance, but there's a significant area where we've master planned that high school and worked with the developer to consider appropriate neighbors. You know, it's not just going to be residential housing. This is, you know, a high school as an anchor tenant. What sorts of commercial developments and multifamily residential developments might be appropriate to be situated around a high school? But relative to the development, the high school itself, it's likely that it will be coordinated with the developer. So the mass grading and the utilities could be built out as a part of the property acquisition. While we'll build, you know, the gymnasiums, the cafeterias, the ball fields, the parking lots, things of that nature for the permanent full school needs, given the 3-story nature of the current high school prototype, we've looked at some concepts, and it's likely that we would, at least at this point, propose a 2-story initial structure with a master planned 2-story addition. When that additional enrollment capacity warrants. It's conceptual in nature at this point, but I just wanted to speak to that, if for no other reason, to illustrate the level of planning and thought that has gone into this, both from a demand side as well as a design side. You know, also particularly noting the scale of these high school projects, as opposed to the elementary school that, you know, we can move on rather quickly. It's the better part of 5 years from the start of design to the first day of school on a project of this scale. So the planning, but timing of it is delicate. That's why I wanted to go into quite so much detail on our thinking behind the timing on this. This is kind of the last slide on this high school. As I said, upwards of 5 years start to finish on these processes. The current CIP proposes major design to begin within that 5-year horizon from today in 2026, but it doesn't project the need and the ultimate opening until 2030. And I can't say this enough, this is a plan, and it will be revisited annually. New information presents itself, but based on all available information, this is the proposed timing that we have for this project.
You know, it really isn't that, and I know it's 2030, but it really isn't that far away. You look at the 5-year window. I mean, this is getting started on this in a couple of years.
It's in the it's in the horizon.
Yeah,
it's very
it's
much
not that
on
far
our
away.
radar.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we have some very, very important existing school investments that we want to talk about in this CIP. So these bullet points, I mean, specifically this first one, with the opening of several new schools in the next school year, this WCSD has reached an inflection point in our capital program to a more balanced distribution. Really what that means to us is that, you know, since the passage of WC1, we've been building capacity, we've been relieving pent-up overcrowding as rapidly as possible, prioritizing that first. With the opening of these new schools and the rezoning impacts, we've largely addressed that. We remain well positioned to address future growth needs like we've just been talking about, and we reserve financial resources to invest appropriately in our capital renewal program. Those needs really take priority, but there remains an equity initiative across the district to provide a similar level of academic facility all across the district. If we've opened 8 new schools or 9 new schools since 2018, there's still 40 schools across the district that are more than 50 years old. And the promise or the reality of this WC1 funding is that it was always intended to be a perpetual investment. The line item of core school investments, we're trying to get away from that nomenclature. It's not limiting to inside the core or the McCarran ring. These are existing schools across the district of any age who absolutely do warrant major reinvestment. We are not done with the completion or the opening of the new Hug High School, but really that's just a beginning. This is an inflection point or a turning of a chapter in our CIP. So this is some information that you also, many of you saw at least in September, but just presented in a little bit different way. This is the beginning, or really a high-level introduction into our existing school facilities. Elementary, middle, and high, we like to categorize them by building type, give them nicknames, just because it's like acronyms that make words. You can see at the top, in parentheses, total facilities in type and average age. So the baby boomer elementary schools, as characterized by Duncan, Booth, Lemon Valley, Risley, many others that you're all familiar with. There's 20 of those, and they average 60 years of age. So you can read through the bullet points as you go along, but as I mentioned, there's 40 schools in the district that are greater than 50 years of age, and many are older than that still. There have been investments into many of those schools beyond capital renewal over the years, but what we're talking about is an even greater level of investment and modernization than ever before. So this is really our portfolio of needs to begin with.
Good, please, Dr. Nicolette,
Thank
please.
you. So I can understand terms: renovation, reconstruction, modernization, improvements. How do you delineate those I guess not phases, but that scaffolding of how do you define those? What's the distinctions?
It's a great question. These are nebulous terms at this time. I'll take a stab at trying to put some clarity to them, but understand that really the answer to your question will be in the next item and in the study conducted by the community to fit these schools into those categories. We talk about revitalization. That might be a fit and finish, furniture, technology, paint, and aesthetics, a brightening, a renewal of the classroom environment that maybe doesn't involve hammer and nail remodel, demolition or reconstruction or addition. That's maybe a revitalization category of scope. A renovation might be more significant up to something the scale of what we're doing at Swope. It may include a capacity addition like what we're doing at Swope, or it may not, but a significant amount of the scope of construction at Swope is renovation, expanding deficient portions of the school to create a higher degree of parity between that school and our newest school facilities, while taking their enrollment needs into context. So that is what I would characterize as renovation. We're talking knocking down walls, but still the bones of the school are worth saving, are worth that level of investment. And then of course reconstruction generally speaks for itself. O'Brien, of course, is an obvious example of that. I would characterize Debbie Smith CTE closer to that category of scope. It's got a significant amount of renovation, buildings that we're saving that will be significantly renovated, but it's in between. So therein lies the gray, and we'll talk about this more as we go forward and in the next item.
I actually think that was a really good question, because those words can kind of mean the same in a way for those of us who don't work in construction.
So we're starting with all of these existing schools and trying to discern what needs to be done and where and when. This slide here is another particularly dense slide with information. Tried to sort of sort them similarly by school type, elementary, middle, and high, some distinguishing characteristics of each of the sites. I think the takeaway, if any, from this one that I'd like to point out is really the square footage per student. As the schools have grown or have become newer and newer, and you know, take this as an average, there's exterior circulation at Worcester, for example, or at these baby boomer elementary schools, right? They don't have hallways that are included in the square footage of the building. But really, the message here are those non-classroom spaces. Many of those classrooms are similar in nature to the classrooms we build today, 800 to 900 square feet, rectangles. I mean, this is a classroom in 1955 in 2022. But what a lot of those schools don't have are music rooms or adequate libraries or multi-purpose rooms or the types of administrative and central services spaces that are a part of our standards and have been for many, many years across the district, that in the 1950s and 1960s and beyond, we were constructing different schools. And that's not right or wrong, but this is really the primary evolution of our public schools across the nation and in the Washoe County School District. And those are some of the types of deficiencies that we will look to reconcile. So again, this is a very dense slide with a lot of information on it, but sort of sets the stage for what we're proposing in the CIP. In the next item, you'll see an action item associated with this, but in the CIP, you can see tremendous amount of resources allocated towards these types of projects. Before we can identify what the scope is, which school, what the schedule is, who goes first, second, third, etc., the more investigation that staff invested into this opportunity or this need, the more we realized that not only did we need a third-party expert to facilitate this, but that it needed to be a truly inclusive process. And so a district-wide study in 2022 is proposed to determine the scope, schedule, and budget for a program of investments of this nature, renovation, reconstruction, as we were kind of talking about. This will be based on both quantitative, so that's, you know, kind of my lane. We've got enrollment projections, square footage, educational specifications, you know, different quantitative metrics, ages of assets. We have that data and we can input that into the study, but it also needs to have qualitative assessment from the users of those facilities, the communities that use those facilities, whether it's staff, students, parents, etc. Academic data, geographic and demographic data may also influence some of the prioritization and the scope determination for these projects. And in order to do that in a way that this community deserves, we really felt it needed to be a larger scale process than just something staff develops and brings forward. So that's what we're proposing. We'll get into more detail on the scope of that in the next item. But that is an effort to inform years 2 through 5 of this CIP. You see an averaged level of investment across elementary, middle, and high school in years 2 through 5, totaling near $100 million. That is a budgetary placeholder subject to the conclusions of this study. I want to also mention this study, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later. This will come before the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the Board of Trustees multiple times through the end of 2022 and in the early months of 2023 before ultimately our goal will to have it be approved by the board and then inform the immediate execution of the program of projects that this community decides they want to invest these resources in. What's the scope? What's the schedule, and what are those budgets?
Mr. Searcy, if I may, just clarification. So the part of the request that between this agenda item and the next one, I probably should have opened them both at the same time, but nonetheless, is to embark upon this study, right, as described. And you said what will be coming back to the board throughout the course of this year and early next year? Is it as some of the findings of the study, or as we find a vendor, or help me with that a little bit?
All the above. So,
Okay.
Yes, we will be back to you early and often for discussion on this. So this item is for approval of the CIP itself. And I think maybe now would be a good time to note, in year one of the CIP, we have budget for the study, the vendor associated with facilitating the study, but we also have, I believe, $4.5 million in potential accelerated design funding. So that's, again, a budgetary placeholder should projects come forward early in the process, rather than waiting until the next fiscal year, that we could come back, and this has to go through, individual projects all have to go through the Capital Funding Protection Committee and to the board. Hey, we're asking for specific design phase allocation on this project, pursuant to all of the feedback and data and information that we've all been presented. That's what the CIP is positioning us to be able to act on.
Okay.
The CIP itself is merely a plan, and the action on this item is only to recommend approval of a plan. The next item is actually a recommendation for budgetary allocation from the Capital Funding Protection Committee, stemming from a portion of this plan.
Right, and I'm accustomed to that
Okay.
coming from there. My question was just, what's going to be coming back to us on the, you say over the course of this, or the rest of this year, beginning of the next year? Is that should their approval be granted, right? When this item, the next agenda item, and then the study's going to go forth and so on. And so what piece is it, like pieces of the findings? I just wasn't clear on what you said was going to be coming back, and then the final decision, you said is approved by the board. Does that mean the finals? I wasn't quite sure on that. I didn't follow it.
To be fair, the process is very much up to our discretion to define.
Oh, okay.
What I'm envisioning,
That's fair.
what I'm proposing at this point is that the consultant be engaged in as soon as July, the beginning of next fiscal year. They initiate their work, and that at minimum they present an informational update on their progress in October, in December, and then for action in February 2023.
And that we will be acting upon the recommendations, if you will, from the findings, or
I think the motion at that time might be something like to accept the plan as presented, right? It's still a plan. It can be modified from
Okay,
year to
I
year.
understand.
It's a guiding document, but it's an endorsement of this board.
we're accepting the report, and then ultimately those projects still have to go through the same
Oh, yeah.
process. Got it. Okay, understandable. Thank you.
Okay, and that would be at minimum. You know, there will be subcommittees and town hall meetings and a variety of other engagement opportunities, and we can come back with updates more frequently if the.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to follow a little bit, and I see where we are. So thank you. We have Trustee Smith and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, President Taylor. Thank you so much for this. So you said something that half answered a question that I had, and that was about the agileness of the investment study. Can you explain a little bit more about that accelerated funding? Because, and I'll give a little bit more context. I totally support this process and doing the study. What I'm looking for is that once that study starts, is there an agility in the process where the consultant says there is a clear demonstrated need, there is a dire and significant need, and through that process, a project could come to this board upon the recommendation of that. So instead of waiting all the way to February, if the consultant says, we need to pretty much get a jump on this because there's such a huge need, will there be a mechanism for that? And then I'm also going to be very forthcoming, and I'm glad that the picture of it is on slide 28, because I personally believe that when a consultant comes in and takes a look at Vaughan Middle School, that it will be confirmed that that's a moral imperative for our district to address.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, to back up a little bit, staff has worked very hard to try to actually program this all the way out. In doing so, we learned just how complicated it is, and also came to appreciate the need for an inclusive process to help identify all those projects, that it shouldn't just be one individual's determination of projects in need. But to your point, there are likely some easier decisions to make in this process than others, and that's where I mentioned earlier, in year one of the CIP, not only have we included proposed budget for this study and the consultant to facilitate this analysis and make these recommendations, but also I believe there's $4.5 million for potential design phase initiation. So in that example, rather than waiting until the fiscal year cycle, we would have significant funds potentially available should circumstances warrant. Again, those would have to come before capital funding protection and ultimately the board, but say, hey, these are some early obvious needs, focusing on early obvious needs and resources available to address those. There will be, that's the intention, is to position us in a way so that we can respond more quickly if necessary. I think that was kind of my last bullet there. Significant design funding programmed in early calendar 2023. And similarly noteworthy, we talked about these 3 tiers of the CIP. Should circumstances warrant in the future to slow down because we need to, for some reason major projects have accelerated, we have a lot of flexibility, but even within the next 12 months, we're trying to position ourselves or balance the urgency of these needs that we know are out there with, I guess, the prudence of the process and the significance of the scale of this investment. So thank you for the question. I think that's this balance we're trying to strike here.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Dr. Nicolette?
You mentioned 2 words. One of them is my favorite, and one of them is your expertise, the quantitative, and then the qualitative. So is it safe to call this a master plan under the capital improvement projects scope? And I ask that because I guess it's more of a sharing of what is very important to me in the ability for this to be successful. And that is that the input, of course, is diverse, internal, and community external, and reviewing, much like you review birth rates and enrollment and the growth of housing, etc., that the qualitative part in this study will look at academic trends, some of those plannings that, we're kind of used to, but we need to throw away because we need to move in this direction, and the likes as far as qualitative. What kinds of academics are our students going to be needing for the future, and how we are going to, through our capital improvements, address that, along with the quantitative.
So one of the key guiding documents that will lead this analysis is our educational specifications, sort of our community-derived standard programming for all of our new schools. Those are the documents that were developed really in 2016 and 2017 that informed the design of our newest elementary, middle, and high schools. So that's still a little bit on the quantitative side as far as what spaces are expected to be in our schools and maybe are not in our older schools or are deficient. But absolutely, whether that's a part of our sort of bi-monthly updates What's the composition of these committees? What is the early feedback from these communities? What projects are rising to the forefront? What areas are we stuck on? It is, and that's another reason why we need these subject matter expertise. There are a number of national firms that we've discussed this potential opportunity with who have facilitated these types of engagements for major school districts across the nation. So these types of processes are familiar to them, and I'm optimistic that we get the right people in the room to talk about the needs and concerns inside these schools, and those dimensions to this analysis will quickly come to the forefront.
And one point further is we know without doubt that our experience the last 2 years with COVID kind of revealed many strengths and some of our gaps that we need to work on. And I believe one of them is our distance ed. And I believe that Washoe County tackled that challenge expertly. And so when we design facilities and we think about the academics and the future of our communities down the road, I want to impress upon us that this group that will eventually be hired to do the study will be very future forward thinking and include things that I probably can't even discuss because I can't see that future. And so I think it's really important because when we look and we see that we have buildings that are 60 years old, I guess my question would be, how do we design a building so that in 60 years we're still doing all right with it and it meets students' needs? And that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Please continue on.
Okay, so just a few more slides before we start to bring it on home. One slide on the capital renewal program. It's just a line item, as I mentioned. We'll come back in June with a full detailed presentation on next year's program. Most noteworthy here is that in the most recent years past and in next year it's proposed at a $40 million level. In years 2 through 5 of this CIP, it's budgeted to increase to a $50 million level. So continuing to make that foundational investment into our existing assets incredibly important. And then last but not least, this asset management slide. We do have other important investments, capital investments. We're using some of these funds to refresh our oldest school buses, as we have in years past, as well as our IT devices, a centralized asset management program for that. So that's quite a bit of detail on the project side of the CIP. We wanted to sort of try and wrap it up with a little bit more detail again on the resources and then a conclusion or two on the needs side. I'll hand it back to Mr. Mathers.
Thanks, Adam. So this is a slide I think you saw in September in our special work session, but it's been updated now that we've completed fiscal year 21. This slide compares the projections made by the Public Schools Overcrowding and Repair Needs Committee back in 2015 and 2016. This was the committee that basically recommended a funding source to be put on the ballot for November of 2016. And they had done projections of different revenues, but certainly the sales tax that they had recommended along with rollover bonds for a 7-year period between 2017 and 2024. And so what we've kind of refreshed in this slide is how do we compare to those 2015, 2016 projections. And so back then they projected total resources over that 7-year period of just under $1.1 billion. And over a 5-year period, so 2 years less than that period they projected, total resources that we have received is slightly under $1.4 billion, so more than $300 million over what they had projected for a period that's 2 years longer than what we're looking at. And then you can see the revenue assumptions they had made with their consultants who I've talked to have been well exceeded. Actually, rollover bond property taxes have been double what was assumed back then. So The point of this is revenues, again, have been strong. Of course, we've seen construction cost inflation, since 2017, but the point is we've seen inflation of our revenues too. So on the next slide to that point.
Can I back up?
Yes, sir.
Please, go right ahead, Trustee Church.
I follow this pretty much, and it might just be a typo. The 781 million, I've got it right here in front of me. I Googled it before I chimed in. Is over 9 years, and you probably saw me counting on my fingers. We're doing better than expected, much better. But just for the record, I think 781 was what was projected over 9 years.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. I was hearing and very. No, I'm not done. I'm trying to remember. I was very involved in that as well. You know what? I think get your arm ready again, Trustee Church. I think it was 9 years.
That's 3. Are you for the people that weren't at the previous meeting? Yeah.
No.
Believe me, I know that by heart, and it just.
Yeah, I think it was.
It's a minor correction, but we're actually doing even better.
It's even better. It's even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, over.
More better.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
Yeah, I think you're right, though.
In half the time, we've exceeded the revenue.
But I was, if anybody watching on video, I was doing the fingers.
Okay.
Please, go. Yeah, you were here, so you would remember this even better than me.
Yeah, the only thing Pete Etch, our Chief Operating Officer, the only thing I'll add to that is 2016 was actually November when this was passed. We didn't actually start collecting any of the fees until actually in 2017.
That's right.
That's why you don't really have 9 years.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
So this chart you've, I think, seen before, but again, we refreshed it showing WC1 sales tax revenues. There were 2 months at the beginning of COVID where monthly revenues were lower than the prior years, but those were the only 2 months where that was the case. Since then, monthly revenues have exceeded the prior year month by between $700,000 and $900,000 a month. So it's extraordinary growth in sales tax revenues. So again, this helps us to be able to fund what is a fairly massive capital improvement program that will address existing needs now of our core schools. Without this kind of growth, we wouldn't have this ability. So it's good news all around. And then the next 2 slides just prove out that we had some concerns, I think, by some of our capital funding protection committee members that, okay, we've been doing a lot since 2017. Are you sure we're okay? You're sure we're not overspending? So this is just proving out that for the WC1 Sales Tax Fund, we have we live within our means. Revenues have exceeded, resources have exceeded uses over the last 5 years. As you can see, what we do in this fund is generally let the monies build up. And then when we can we finance the construction of 2 elementary schools in this case, but try to finance the construction of new schools on a pay-as-you-go basis. So we'll let the funds build up and then pay for them out of that built-up fund balance in fiscal year 20 and in the current year. So those have gone to fund Bow Hatch Elementary and then the new J. Raw Wood Elementary School.
J. Wood Raw.
J. Wood Raw. Okay, thank you. And then this second slide does the same for our property taxes. Again, we don't overspend our resources. Resources have exceeded expenditures. So again, in good shape. And that has led to, on the next slide, significant reserves that we hold. We have roughly 9 months worth of debt service pre-funded. That plus the strong coverage where our revenues exceed debt service are some of the primary reasons why we saw that upgrade in our credit rating a couple years ago to a AA rating from both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. So I just, the point of these slides is, again, just a reassurance that we're living within our means. We track revenues closely, and we're in very good shape in terms of, again, our ability to fund this capital improvement program going forward.
No, I appreciate. Is your light on to jump back in, Trustee Church? Or no, I appreciate that, Mr. Mather, and I would also add to that these monies, just for, I think we all know this. These are limited to the repair and construction of school buildings. It's not as though we have the capacity to use these monies in any other way. And so as, even though it does help with our debt service and so on, which is great, that these are restricted funds.
I'm so glad you said that. These are legally restricted to capital projects and equipment and capital outlay only, and they cannot be used for operating purposes.
Anything else.
So thank you for pointing that out.
Just, it's always good to just
Yep.
continue to keep that there, because it sounds like, oh, they have all this money. It's like, this is, Adam has all this money.
We. That's the conclusion.
Okay.
We have some very important needs in front of us. We've been able to do some very, very special things in the last 5 and 6 years, but this really does represent a turning of a chapter, an inflection point, and there is much, much more work to be done. This CIP, this forward-looking plan, proposes how we might begin to address those needs and proposes a next step. So it's very exciting, the opportunity that we have to do these incredible things within our existing schools. And really, this is the recommendation, merely to approve the plan. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Searcy. Before we come back here to the board, do we have any public comment on this, JJ? No? Okay. Great. Thank you. That's Trustee Smith and then Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Taylor. This is outstanding. This is so exciting. I had one question, a clarification about the study, and I was wondering, will this study include reviewing some of our established elementary schools that are near each other to see if school populations could possibly combine so that there's one bigger new school? And I don't even know if any of our schools would qualify for that, but could we also look to see if established enrollment zones could be served with a brand new school based on enrollment levels in those different areas?
So yes, absolutely. First of all, every existing school will be specifically included in the study, even the newest schools. If the recommendation is mere annual capital renewal as warranted, to the oldest school. Every school will be analyzed, and in the RFP, in the detailed solicitation, those types of efficiencies are specifically requested to be addressed. So whether it's a capacity expansion or a mere fit and finish upgrade, or some manner of consolidation or zoning realignment that is very innovative, but results in an improved academic environment and improved operational efficiencies for the school district and the community that it serves. Those types of complicated opportunities or challenges will absolutely be tackled as a part of this work.
Thank you. Very good question. Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez?
I just want to thank you both for this. And I know Adam, since day one getting on the board, I know I've been talking about Cold Springs High School, so seeing that it's coming down the line is fantastic, and with no rush. And I just appreciate everything you're doing, and I think this is phenomenal, and yeah, I'm excited, so thank you for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. We have Trustee Mayberry, and then Trustee Church, and then Trustee Manella.
Thank you, President Taylor, and thank you, Adam and Mark. It's just really amazing, really exciting. I saved my questions to the end, so I have just maybe 5 or 6 that I'd like to ask you. In the earlier presentation, in the earlier part of the presentation, you made a comment that just kind of piqued my interest. You said that the community was not achieving its development goals. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
So what I meant by that, I mean, and this is certainly not the school district's nor my area of expertise, but this really speaks to the residential housing crisis that this community is struggling with. You see and read frequently in many venues about the inability of our community, for a variety of reasons, to meet the housing needs of the growing population.
Certainly the lower housing as well. The high cost of housing is sort of what you're talking about as well.
Yeah, it's all interconnected.
Yeah, right.
I mean, the lack of supply increases the cost of the available inventory, and then ultimately results in housing insecurity for those with lower incomes.
This capital improvement plan is so. If we approve this today, I mean, it's a plan, so you can adjust it, you can make some changes. Does it have to come back to us if you need to make some tweaks to it? Is it set for 5 years?
Well, certainly not set for 5 years.
Yeah.
This is a 1-year deal, and we'll be doing this all over again a year from now.
Okay, that's got it.
There are probably some obscure examples where an adjustment may warrant board action in the next year. But by and large, everything that is identified in this CIP from a capital project standpoint actually has to come back individually and be authorized.
Understood that, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Can you tell me a little bit about the question I had on public input and on the CIP? Do we offer the public an opportunity annually to comment on the CIP in any capacity, or do we limit it just to the particular projects?
You know, we've talked a lot about public engagement in our plan development this afternoon as it relates to the existing school investment study. To answer your question with regards to this CIP, I think the primary avenue for public input is through our Capital Funding Protection Committee, our public meetings where this is discussed in a public meeting, and then of course Board of Trustees meetings.
So, and then let me ask you, I think Trustee Smith touched on this, some of those priorities like bond, Libby Booth Veteran Memorial, for instance, Veterans Memorial is sort of in the same general area. Old schools, I know Veterans, kind of a historical building, I don't think we can tear that down, but it does seem to me that there's an opportunity to sort of consolidate some of these schools. Would that be something that that this consultant will take a closer look at? Maybe rebuild a school in some of these urban cores areas in the cities from scratch.
Absolutely, that's one of many examples of scenarios that we'll look at. The construction logistics are very challenging, but there will be opportunities for consolidation. Ultimately, net positive for that community, right? Some construction inconveniences for a long-term improved opportunity, whether it's on that property or on a different property. Every site will need to be analyzed individually, and then of course in connection with their feeder schools, their nearby community schools. The same solution might not be appropriate for the same type of school. If you think about Booth versus Duncan versus Jesse Beck. They're the same type of school, but may warrant a very different solution for a variety of different reasons. So let me tell you, it gets complicated very quickly before you even talk to the community about it. So we're going to roll up our sleeves and do this really well, and they will look at all sorts of innovative types of solutions.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's just something that was on my mind, so I wanted to make sure I got that on the record. And finally, there's been some talk of recession. I'm hearing it more and more. I hate the talk of recession because it seems like it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy the more time, more often you talk about recessions. Are we putting in any safeguards at this juncture with regard to the potential of a recession? And if not, what would that look like? Or is it maybe it's too early to tell?
So
thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So shortly after the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, we did model recession scenarios because we thought that was a very real possibility. Of course, the federal government stepped in and injected trillions of stimulus funding into the economy, which has generated the huge increases in sales tax that you see. But we have modeled it. Normally that might mean a 10% decrease in our revenue sources, depending on the revenue source. The Great Recession was higher than that significantly, but again, that was kind of an anomaly in terms of truly a Great Recession. But we have modeled it. That's partly why, again, we're assuming 0% growth in 23 of WC1 sales tax revenues, For our property tax revenues, those are largely buffered from a recession. There's enough abatement or kind of untaxed value of homes that exists that it would be probably several years before you ate through the abatement, if you will, through lower housing prices. So there's a natural buffer the way the property tax cap works vis-a-vis property tax revenues. The other protections against a recession scenario are in that prior slide. They are our reserves, which again are very, very strong, and the high level of coverage. So we're not spending right up to our revenue streams. We always have a little bit of buffer, and so that protects us in a down scenario like you're describing.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Was Trustee Church?
I'll defer to Trustee Minetto to begin, and then because I have a lot.
Okay, Trustee Minetto.
Thank you. Fabulous, guys. I just have a question. I probably should have asked this before, but going back to slide 18, is there any relief for North Valley's high school? I mean, you and I both know 100% is way more than 100%. I mean, it is. It's not like it's 100%, and that's great. It's 100% is more than 100% in a school. And I don't know if there's any relief other than building the new school, which we're hoping is happening.
For better or worse, the short answer to your question is temporary portable capacity additions to the school. There are, I believe, 4 portables currently at North Valley's High School. I appreciate what you're saying as far as 100% isn't really 100%. Schools aren't optimally populated at 100%. That is that's an overcrowded state currently. But our effort, the reason we put so much content into this presentation around the timing of this new school is to illustrate the challenges at balancing a full new high school with the tools at our disposal, whether it be rezoning. You saw on this slide and the other slide, we've availed ourselves of essentially the maximum amount of rezoning that we can conceivably do. You can see where the school is relative to the boundaries. Any closer to the school would be, kind of unreasonable. I'm sure there's more extreme scenarios that we could concoct, but that would be in a reality where we didn't have WC1 type of funding. So when we start talking about opening a new high school in 2030, when there's 110% of capacity, from memory, this is in the vicinity of the level of population that Spanish Springs High School is at today. Mm-hmm. Where they're on the precipice of receiving overcrowding relief in the form of a new facility. So that's and as we approach that threshold, we'll be having conversations with the board on sort of, should we authorize design phase funding to move forward? Should we authorize construction phase funding to move forward? Here's the updated information warranting for and against. But again, to be frank, in the short term, what can we do aside from monitor, prepare, and be, ready to meet the needs? Additional support would, additional beyond, a new high school at the current Proctor Hug campus, would come in the form of additional portable classrooms.
Thank you. I see, Trustee Church, I know you're next, but Trustee Rodriguez, did you have a quick one? Because Trustee Church has a list, he said, so. No, you okay? You're all right? Okay, please, Trustee Church.
All righty. Now, I talked about previously doing more better, but now I've got some concerns. Take a look at slide number 34, please. And I don't intend to have any gotchas, but this is something I kind of, it's like almost like I have no life. I live and breathe some of this stuff at home, and I'm no math whiz. So $781 million over 9 years, which is what it was, and I don't think they intended that to be 1 year of the vote. That was of revenue, comes out to $87 million a year. If we did it with the 2017 to, if we did it 8 years inclusive, that's $97 million a year. On slide 34, 2018, 43 million, then we went to 46 million, 48 million, and then 56 million. No matter how you do that math, I'm confused how that comes up to slide 32 of 836 million. So I'm really confused.
Sure. Let me, Mark Mathers again for the record, let me try to clarify probably two reasons why that analysis doesn't hold water. One, you're mixing terminology. The projection of 800, or the actual receipts of 836 million versus projected projection of 781 million was of resources, not revenues. So resources includes both ongoing revenues, like these revenues, plus proceeds of bonds. And so the Peace-Horn Committee did model, and again, I've talked to the financial advisor to that committee, I've talked to bond counsel to that committee. They confirmed that the Peace-Horn Committee did assume a mix, like we do, of bond issuances and ongoing revenues. So again, resources equals revenues plus bond proceeds. So if you only take a piece of it and look at revenues, that's not the whole entire piece. And so the second reason why you can't compare those apples and oranges like you were doing is this is one fund. This shows just the ongoing cash revenues from the WC1 sales tax measure. What you don't see are the bond proceeds of WC1 bonds. So you'd have to include the bond proceeds from WC1 along with these revenues to get total resources, which would equal the 836 million over that period of time.
Okay. Thank you. Very confusing to a layperson like me because I just...
It is. Those are accounting terms, but...
They tell us 781 million, I do the math, and then it comes half of that. All righty. So getting back to my questions then, and number one, I gave you a little bit of a heads up, but not very much today. With the dropping enrollment and rising revenue, are we always going to need that money for future building and maintenance? Is there some point where we, in our say in the 5-year projection, where we say we've reached a plateau and we're bringing in more money than we're spending?
I'll take a stab at that. Adam Searcy for the record. You know, within the 5, 10, and 20-year horizon that I mentioned early on, those needs across the entire district absolutely will remain. When we talk about over 40 schools in our district that are 50 years old or older, and when you actually pencil out what it looks like to replace a school in its entirety, as exciting as the volume of resources that we have are, we will be forced to make challenging decisions about how to most effectively use those resources in this horizon and through the 20-year horizon. The growth in this community, while it has tempered down a bit, still remains extremely strong. So through this 20-year horizon, those needs definitely are anticipated to be there.
If I may just, and it's, it's 20 years from now, so none of us will be here, right? But I just think it's in that and taking a look at what Mr. Searcy shares, I still think the board at that time is going to continue to be looking at the CIP on a continual basis, and at any time can say, hey, you know what, okay, anytime can make that shift. It isn't within this 5 years that we're approving, but it's not to say that 5, 6, 7, whatever, that the board at that point can be, hey, okay, now maybe we can. So I think that remains open, which is why it's really important that it continues to go through the Capital Funding Protection Committee and then with the final approval of the board, so that look still has to happen. I mean, I hear you, and I don't doubt what you're saying by any means, but I think a little built-in mechanism certainly still is, it gets looked at on an annual basis and any time.
Okay.
Right.
And if I might just take I'll try to be in 5 minutes, more statements, and I want to read a paragraph from a sponsored ad to the Reno Gazette, and that's a quote from the automobile dealers. Quote, sales tax helps financially support schools, police, and fire departments and local government. It helps ensure infrastructure necessary to keep your hometown operating remains in place. In Washoe County, some buyers might be unaware their tax dollars are supporting other communities. That's because in Nevada, sales tax benefits the county you buy in, not the county where you reside or register your new vehicle. With community members, when community members opt to buy outside of the county, the loss of big ticket sales revenue, like that from new vehicles, can hurt local entities. And then I'll get into some of my statements as far as what I'm referring to. Number one, and this isn't meant to be a gotcha, but I know there's different stats. Bohatch Elementary in the ACCAFR, which we now call the ACFR 2022, lists 562 students with a capacity of 682 and a total capacity of 82%. So can you kind of explain to me how Mark Twain's statistics, you know, if you have an opinion on that, because we're saying it's overcrowded now? Or let me move on and then just kind of I'll come back to that. I'm hearing that enrollment's down, and I'm hearing we've got a big bubble, say at the 9th grade, and less coming inbound, so we're anticipating enrollment being more down. We talked about private schools, charter schools. We didn't mention homeschooling. The other thing that's not mentioned is the whole transformation of brick and mortar, whether it's for retail or whatever, is a whole new paradigm that's way beyond my expertise. I definitely concur with the comments about rebuilding old schools, as well as possibly, using a different term, closing some of the ones where the demographics of that neighborhood don't support them. I kind of want to point out that when WC1 passed, the testimony at the legislature was that a new high school would be $110 million. Right after it passed, it was estimated at $135 million. We're just about up to $200 million for the new Hug High. But on the other hand, and this is my mea culpa when I opposed some of this, nobody knew about the supply chain and everything going on. If we'd waited till now, it would be even more. So those, in hindsight, I recognize were good decisions. I also recognize, as we've said here today, that we don't have, this pays specifically for building and maintenance. We don't have the teachers. We don't have the funding for the teachers for the new high schools or new elementary schools. And that's something that needs to be addressed as I think part of this plan. Enrollment, when I took over, I think when I came on the board, it was somewhere or just before 64.5. We're down to about 61.5. So we are seeing that dropping of enrollment, and that causes a lot of my constituents to say, why are we building new schools? And I try to explain the geographic demographics have changed to North County, South Reno. But that still raises a question that's not addressed in here about repurposing, closing some of those schools, selling them, even selling them. One of the things, and I'm almost done, some other counties have tried some school or by school facilities where you have a middle school with a elementary school, which makes your maintenance and police and all that much easier. I definitely don't see that in there. I definitely ponder that. I also see just a point of the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and I've attended many of those meetings. They meet approximately 4 times a year for like 90 minutes. It's not like, and they're basically elected officials, most of them. So it's not like they're full-time looking at this in depth. They come in for 90 minutes, get the briefing, make the approvals, but I don't want people to have the misconception that this is a bunch of accountants, that this is their full-time job. So all of that said, I just have concern. Oh, and one final thing. As I push myself for research, not saying this is a done deal, but just for research, I would like to see the concept of a live-in academy researched. I want to see the concept of staff, teacher, bus driver housing subsidized, or actually us building it or buying it and providing housing within the labor contracts that might be addressed. And that's not in there. I'd like to see research at UNR or somewhere else on some of these concepts where you might have somebody working on their master's or PhD that could help give free or almost free input. So wrapping up, basically, I have a lot of concerns. You've done an excellent job on presenting what you've had, but there are things in there that don't meet my concerns or my needs. So I just want to put all that on the record and for the public to understand. I think there's a lot of areas, and maybe that'll be covered in this new research study, but we're asked to approve this today, and the research study isn't out. Again, new elections coming soon, and the board might have a whole different opinion if it changes. So that just kind of summarizes mine. And then on page 242 of the ACFR, where it talks about capacity of schools, ranging from middle schools and elementary at like 75% upwards to 80-something for high schools, Bohatch Elementary at 82. Can you discuss that, how that, are we or are we not overcrowded? And I know I took a long time, and I appreciate the, letting me do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. So it seems as though what he's asking for a response has to do with the school capacity. I think otherwise it was important for him to get those thoughts on the record, and so they are on the record. So if you can address that in terms of the school capacity, and then I see a couple lights on from the trustees as well.
Just specifically to Bohatch Elementary School, as you guys likely know, that is in maybe one of, if not the fastest growing communities in our school district. There are houses being built all around it. I'm not sure what school year page 242 of the ACFR is referencing, but I can attest that there are over 680 students currently enrolled in Bohatch today, and that number is projected to rise. So they are overcrowded today. We are putting temporary classrooms there and planning for relief with a new school in that community, very similar to the conversation we had with the Southeast Reno community and the new elementary school down there, that a lot of different enrollment trends across the district, but some very significant areas of growth in the South Meadows, Spanish Springs, and in the North Valleys.
Thank you, Mr. Searcy. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. There is one thing that I think I at least need to clarify with that, so I can have that on the record, and that is the characterization of the Capital Funding Protection Committee. I would like to also be on the record that although they do hold their meetings in a very efficient way, that by no means captures the enormity of the work of their service. There is a tremendous amount of work that they all do. We are honored to have these elected officials and community members. I know for a fact that they spend a very significant amount of time researching this, having out of meeting sessions with Mr. Searcy. So although their meetings are held efficiently, I want to be very, very clear that everyone knows that that is not a representation of the enormity of their work and commitment to make these very critical community decisions and recommendations to our own board. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I was going to jump in. I'll say just a couple things, and I'll go to my colleagues. In terms of, and we've had this, not you and I, but as a board, we've talked about new schools and where do the teachers come from, right? And that's the question we get asked sometimes. Remember, the teachers follow the students. So if the students leave this school and go to this school, the teacher goes with them. So it does not require, we have to go out and hire a whole bunch of, that same thing. The funding follows that. So that provides the teachers, that provides the funding. And we've had that conversation here before, so it's good to get that back on the record. I think in response to that, because that's a question that I think needs to be asked. And then just as a reminder, these monies are not for building housing for staff, bus drivers, custodians, teachers, trustees, or anything like this. For school buildings. It's for the building and repair of school buildings. We don't have the opportunity to do other things, and that conversation I think we've had before as well. It doesn't mean that any of those, that there's not a place for that or something to be considered or whatever, but it isn't for here. Because those monies, those funds cannot be used for housing. That's not what that's for. Unless my understanding is incorrect, but my understanding is it's for school buildings, for building repair of school buildings and school buildings only.
School facilities.
School
Yes,
facilities.
ma'am.
Okay, not building facilities. Thank you. I think it's pretty much clarified in WC1. You probably have to go back and look that up. But I don't think housing is a school facility.
No.
Under capital projects, not just WC1?
I was talking about WC1, which is the bulk of we were speaking specifically about the $781 million and how that's being spent and so on. That's the bulk of the dollars that we have to spend for this. So that we know, again, those are restricted dollars. Again, doesn't mean that's not the conversation for another day or whatever, Trustee Church. But I just wanted to be really clear in the public that we're not having a conversation about using WC1 funds for anything other than what the law and the citizens of our community have said they wanted WC1s to be used for, at least not at this time. That's not what this agenda item is. I think it's important to share that as well. Dr. Nicolette and then Trustee Mayberry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I enjoy the deep dive. I just want to enhance what Trustee Smith said about the Capital Funding Protection Committee. I read their minutes, I watch their meetings, and it's very apparent to me that, as you stated, they are very efficient in the operation of their meeting, and it's also very apparent that they come prepared. They've done their homework, and I can only imagine the hours that they must spend to become prepared to make difficult and informed decisions. I want you to help me understand, I want to be clear on this, that the CIP along the way will be informed by the study that you referenced.
Oh, very much so. Absolutely. The CIP here, I'll flip back to, whatever slide that is, 9. When you see those line items, elementary, core school investment, middle school, high school level, those dollar amounts in years 2 through 5 are intentionally sort of averaged and anonymous. What I'm envisioning through this process is that when we're having this conversation next year, that each of those 3 line items are sort of expanded with a whole list of schools that have been identified through this process, and that the costs and scopes of those projects are then identified in the years that they've been specified. So that's a rolled up version, so as to not bias the process. But it was also an exercise with the business office to model potential resources and needs and demonstrate that we could fund a program of that scale. And then it's through this process that those specific projects in each category get identified.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Mayberry, you're good? The only other thing I was going to add to that, I forgot to, it's just, again, I just think it's important that the public has a really good understanding. These funds have gone through an audit, and the audit was passed, an independent external audit. I think it's important. So although certainly the members of the Capital Funding Protection Committee, as you said, Trustee Church, they're not accountants, they aren't sitting, that isn't it, but I think and even if they were, we would still want to have an audit. So the funds are being utilized in the manner in which they're supposed to. I remember there was a little question on that you cleared up and you answered that before, Mr. Mather. So again, I think it's important for the public to know that these are funds that are being used in the way that they are intended to be used, and that at least at this point in time, the board has not demonstrated a desire to go outside of that. I mean, that would be breaking the law. Let's start with that. And then that would also be breaking our promise. So that conversation is not happening. I just think it's really important for the public to know that as well. Trustee Church?
Thank you. And that good point on the audit, and I concur 100%. The audit was flying colors. And one comment and one question. As I read that article from the car dealers, what's implied, but I'll say it, is many people are buying their cars in Carson and Lyon, paying a lower sales tax. They're voting with their wallets. And if I had a magic wand, or if I were to talk to my legislature as a citizen taxpayer, I would like to see WC1 lowered to 7.99% to be within that psychological competitive to the 7.6 or 7.1 elsewhere. And I'd love to see the board, us, have more authority on how we can use it if we did want to hire more teachers rather than have to use it for building. That's just my opinion. So my other question This is the capital improvement plan, not the WC1 plan. If the board, let's just say we all wanted, or the majority said, yeah, we really want to talk about staff housing, or we want to talk about including housing on the campus of future schools, would that not be in the capital improvement plan? That's question number one. And number two, I just wasn't clear. You said school facilities. If I could get a clarification, could that be used under capital projects, not WC1, capital projects for teacher staff housing? So teacher housing, can we do it under capital projects? And then the first question on.
So let me try to address your questions. I did go through taxable sales for car dealerships, and as well as reviewing total sales tax collected between Washoe, Carson, and Lyon counties. I'm sure there are some people who go down to Carson and Lyon to buy a car to save some money on their sales tax. I'm sure that happens. I guess the question I wanted to ask myself and answer was that material? And what I have looked at, and I'm happy to provide the information, there are some years when taxable sales of car purchases have been higher in Carson and Lyon than Washoe, and there are other years where Washoe has been higher than Carson or Lyon. So for example, and that holds true for taxable sales. So far this fiscal year, total taxable sales and total sales tax in Washoe has been 15.35%, in Carson 13.1%, and in Lyon 6.1%. So, you know, it's not evident, it's not a clear indication that Washoe is suffering because of our high sales tax rate. I guess I would also point out, it's not just the school district's 0.54% WC1 rate that causes Washoe to be high. There are a number of county taxes that result in our tax rate of 8.265. So before we would look to ourselves simply for a lower tax rate, there are other entities that have components to our 8.265% sales tax rate, and they could lower theirs too if they were that concerned about it. However, and I think we've talked a little bit about this, and I don't want to take up too much of the board's time, we do not have the ability legally to unilaterally lower the 0.5% WC1 sales tax rate. There is something called the impairment clause. It's in the U.S. Constitution, it's in the state constitution, and it says no government entity shall impair the contract rights of a contract holder, which would include a bond holder. So in many discussions with bond counsel over the years, they've been adamant that it would be a violation of the impairment clause to attempt to lower our 0.54% WC1 sales tax rate, and that bondholders would likely prevail if they went to court to prevent that. So any decrease in that tax rate will impair their rights to be paid on the bonds or impairs the coverage on those bonds, and therefore, in bond counsel's opinion, would not be allowed, would be a violation of law. There are many issues that we would have to go through to even contemplate that, including legislative action and then a vote by voters. But before you even got to that point, because of the impairment clause, bond counsel has opined that you would need to redeem or defease all WC1 bonds before you could even contemplate lowering the sales tax rate. So we would have to pay off all outstanding WC1 debt, which is roughly $600 million, before we could even entertain such a notion. And then, of course, if we were to do that, that would be less resources to be able to fund the kinds of reconstructions and renovations of existing facilities we're talking about. So it would severely restrict and damage our ability to fund those kinds of projects going forward. So we cannot lower the WC1 sales tax rate. We cannot divert the proceeds of the WC1 sales taxes to operating purposes. When I've looked at the ballot measure, when the bond councils looked at the ballot measure, we do not see teacher housing or staff housing in the ballot measure, and I think bond council would highly recommend that we not go there, and I wouldn't recommend that we go there because, You call yourself a fiscal watchdog, I call myself a fiscal watchdog. I'm not going to do something illegal. And I'm not going to let the board do something illegal. So I don't see that language in the WC1 ballot measure. I suppose we could go further down the road in terms of legal analysis, but I've talked to them before, and they are very concerned about entertaining such a notion. So I did want to relay those conversations with bond counsel, but again, we cannot lower the 0.54% WC1 sales tax rate at all until those bonds are defeased or redeemed.
Appreciate that, Mr. Mather. Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez, and then I will be looking for a motion so we can move on, okay? If it's the pleasure of the board.
Yep, I got a comment.
Oh, you're ready,
and
okay.
I was going to make one. I want to thank you guys again, and I hate that we might sound like a bunch of Debbie Downers. I mean, this is a great topic. We're talking about building schools. We're talking about remodeling and giving facelifts to existing schools. So please don't think that we don't appreciate you guys. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendations of the Capital Funding Protection Committee and approves the Washoe County School District fiscal year 2023 to 2027 5-year capital improvement plan.
Is there a second? I want to make sure, did we do public comment on this? JJ?
I don't have any public comment.
Okay, just to make sure. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Okay, there is a motion on the floor from Trustee Rodriguez and seconded by Trustee Smith that we approve the plan as presented. I'm sorry, Trustee Minetto. I thought you did it. Trustee Minetto. My bad. Trustee Minetto. Somebody over here. Okay, we've had plenty of discussions. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is 6-1. We appreciate it. Thank you. Very good work, and it's good to work through that, but those things have not changed, and I'm glad we're able to stay consistent with it. We'll stay with you, Mr. Searcy, on the agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Mather. On agenda item 3.03, discussion and possible action to approve the 2021-22D Major Projects Program. That includes projects throughout the Washington County School District pursuant to the attached list of programs and associated costs for each project in the amount of $2,100,000 as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. Mr. Searcy.
Thank you, President Taylor. Again, for the record, Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities. We've done most of the work related to this. This, however, is a separate action item. This comes as a recommendation from the Capital Funding Protection Committee to you. It includes two separate budgetary allocation recommendations. Just for the record, this is the complete list of projects that were identified in the 2016 WC1 ballot measure, as well as several additions that have been intentionally identified. This represents the total dollars allocated to date from a budgetary standpoint in the first column, and the far column on the right, the total dollars committed to those projects to date. Those have been updated since 2 months ago when you last saw it, primarily with the additional encumbrance of the construction contract on the new J. Woodrow Elementary School. So that's really just an orientation for the record. We try really hard to maintain consistency with this type of documentation. But the recommendation that comprises the $2.1 million is twofold. So we'll start on the bottom. We spent a lot of time talking about the study, and we'll talk about it just a little bit more, but we haven't talked about the external capital projects audit. It was briefly mentioned just a moment ago that our capital program has recently undergone an external audit, and the Capital Funding Protection Committee has recently discussed and ultimately approved a budget for another external audit of our program. So that's something that we are likely going to see on a reoccurring basis, perhaps as frequently as every other year, just really sort of a matter of best practice. And this is essentially what that entails, something that we proposed to the Capital Funding Protection Committee we would move forward with. And because of a variety of workload constraints and as well as agenda synergy, we are going to strive to bring the concluded report back by the end of the 2022 calendar year. So that's a $100,000 budget for us to solicit and contract with a vendor and perform an external audit. That's basically the description of that scope. The description of the core school investment or comprehensive modernization study. There was an additional attachment added to the agenda yesterday afternoon, which was provided to the Capital Funding Protection Committee as well, which is just a one-page excerpt of what is a many page long RFQ or solicitation for these services. I think it goes into a fair amount of detail, much of which we've already discussed, including the categorization of the various schools or the various projects, but I think we've discussed that scope quite a bit. And this is, so as we also have discussed, the CIP, then projects stemming from the CIP is really what you see before us. So the first step towards any projects in the CIP, or the next first step, is the actual budgetary approval for this study, and then also separate and in addition to budgetary approval for an external audit of the Capital Projects Department. So that's the extent of the presentation. Again, the recommended action is to approve the budgetary allocation of $2.1 million as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Searcy. I think that's pretty clear. This is really important for the external audit as well as for the study that was mentioned, and it's still right in the line, went back to the, the ballot initiative that was approved and so on, stand in alignment with that. So do we have any public comment on this one, JJ? No? Okay. Trustee Church, I see your question.
Just a clarification, is part of what we're approving money to pay for this study, that the attachment A or attachment B, the scope of work of is that what we're authorizing today as part of that $2 million?
That's right. The budgetary authorization is the $2 million. We will then likely bring that contract back to the board for approval. Once we've selected the consultant, negotiated the actual agreement, it will have to come back to the board for approval. But the $2 million is the budgetary authorization that's needed to go forward with that.
Just for that audit? Just for that study?
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, the audit was, I think it was 2020, so it was fairly recent. But just for the record, it wasn't like last week or something like that. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, looking for a motion if that's the desire of the board. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2021-22D Major Projects Program in the amount of $2.1 million to provide for projects throughout the district as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor from Trustee Smith, seconded by Vice President Nicolette. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Opposition? All right, the motion carries. At the record show, it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Searcy and Mr. Mather, for that. All right, we're going to go right into agenda item 3.04, and then we'll plan to break after that, just for everybody's knowledge. Just keep pushing. All right, agenda item 3.04, so asking staff to get into position for that. This is the Washoe County School District Strategic Plan Bridge Year reporting. These are from metrics from the 2020-2021 school year. Remember that 2020, that's last school year. Related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise associated goals for this current school year, 2021 to 2022. This is a school year response to recovery, measurable outcomes as needed. This today we'll be looking at several goals. Goal 1, to ensure annual student academic growth through a system of curriculum, instruction, and assessment that is aligned, rigorous, and relevant. Goal 3, to engage families, staff, trustees, and community members in strong relationships, provide meaningful opportunities to increase their educational expertise and trust, and to share responsibility for student success. And goal 5, to ensure our schools are safe, secure, supportive, and welcoming environments where students and staff are able to succeed academically and professionally at the highest possible levels. And this is for action. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. And we have I don't want to say the A team because our entire team is an A team, but we have part of the A team here this evening. So we're going to be going over, as we typically do for our strategic plan reporting for the school year 2021. And in those areas today, we're going to be spending some time around Goal 1, specifically around some delayed data that we had around WIDA testing. And then we also will be going into Goal 3 around family and student engagement on survey. And then we will end with some aspects in Goal 5 around disproportionality and chronic absenteeism. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Are we just going to go straight to the present?
Go straight through.
Okay. And we're on slide 7, I believe, 6.
Right, because the rest of this is just our background, the slides that we see on a regular basis. So.
All right. Just wanted to clarify. All right. So as Dr. McNeil pointed out, this is data that we're bringing to you based on our EL population. Take you back while we did a tremendous job in making sure our students were tested on time, including efforts by our English Language Development Department. The rest of the data was delayed due to delaying the WIDA testing across the state.
You want to explain WIDA for the public that may not?
Yes, WIDA is our testing that tests our EL students, and they're tested in the areas of speaking, reading, writing, and listening, and that is part of our accountability structure. Did you want me to go into any more?
No, not just a general idea. Just want to make sure we don't leave the public behind. It's for our it's the testing for our EL students.
Yes, yes. So we did receive the data, and so we're providing the update today. So with our English language learners, we want to exit them as early as possible. We did have some areas of success this year, despite not meeting our goals. Wanted to point out we continue to have good success in implementing the English language learner development coaching model. This is aimed at making sure that all students are able to meet the needs of their EL students. We continue to show great success there. We have maintained the professional learning opportunities for our EL teachers, and we have worked in our EL department of making sure we have our EL documents that are aligned to our elementary curriculum benchmark. Some of the barriers have been very similar to what we've seen across our student achievement data. I want to point out with our EL population, we had very high rates of chronic absenteeism, and also, like many of us know, we had all hands on deck opportunities, and when that happens, our principals often rely on staff as a first means to cover classrooms. And so like special education and our EL teachers, a lot of times they're the first to be asked to cover classrooms, so there may be opportunities where our EL students didn't get the services that they would have normally gotten. And if there are any questions on our EL WIDA results, I'll be glad to turn it over to Dr. LaMarca.
I'm going to jump in a minute if I may, just as a reminder, because as I was looking at this, first thing I had to do is remind myself this was the COVID year, so we expected a little bit of a drop to that. Otherwise, it takes us back a little. Speak for myself, takes me back a little bit. Now remember, this is the COVID year when all of those. All the barriers, the chronic absenteeism, and we know what that was like during COVID.
Well, and I'm sorry, President Taylor. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
Also wanted to point out that there were districts across our state that didn't even complete the WIDA testing until the beginning of the school year, whereas we were diligent in making sure we did ours on time, had it handed in, and then got the note that we're going to allow others to catch up. So it's kind of a
well, it's good news. I mean, it's good news,
results.
Bad news. It's like we pushed ourselves in it so we can see where they were, recognizing that the results were going to probably show an indication of that. So my question in this, that was me sharing in my mind out loud what I had to go through as I was reviewing this when I was reviewing my stuff. So just the question on this is, how do we, as we look forward, how do we expect to what's the outlook on mitigating some of those barriers so we can get back on track?
Well, specific to our EL population, with the site facilitator model, which we've come to you before, I'm very optimistic of seeing great results in that for our students, because we've brought to you data before where our site facilitator model is out achieving our pull-out model. So from an educator perspective, the idea of everybody takes responsibility in Tier 1 instruction for meeting the needs of all their students, I'm really excited about that. Yes, it's going to take some time for the implementation to take effect and as for us to see results. I'd also point to, some of the impacts of COVID really created that chronic absenteeism. I think that's in just the elementary alone. So the idea that the fragmented learning that created for our most impacted and most vulnerable students, you might have heard earlier that we're starting to see our chronic absenteeism come down. So that's another indicator that I believe is going to help us tremendously. And then the collaboration that we have going on between our EL department and our curriculum and instruction department is also improving the focus and the alignment between, what we call the Tier 1 instruction, where we want all kids learning at that Tier 1 instruction.
I appreciate that. Now I'll go to Dr. Nicolette. I just wanted to share, as I've been, we all visit schools and so on, as most of us as much as we can, and I've gotten good feedback on the model. I've asked teachers, hey, how's it working for you? What do you think? I've gotten good feedback on the model, so I'm optimistic that will continue to make a difference for our students as well. I know it's a different way of thinking, about it than in the past, but I've gotten good feedback on that, so that was pleasant news to hear. So.
Well, and we didn't put it in writing, but if I'm learning to speak a new language and part of my face is covered,
right,
and I'm looking at the language and trying to figure out how to make those sounds, I'm at a disadvantage.
Oh,
so
certainly. Another disadvantage of not being able to see faces
right.
and behind the mask. Absolutely. Thank you. Dr. Nicolette?
So when I read combating beliefs, maybe you can share some of the strategies that you're utilizing. And it's a slow process because shifting mindset is a slow process. What are some of our strategies that are aiding in moving our beliefs toward a success model?
Well, in general, I would say there is a tendency that if we get students who don't speak English, there's often a mistaken assumption that people think, oh, they're going to be learning at lower levels. So the ways we're overcoming that, Dr. LaMarca could speak to this as well, are culturally responsive practices, kind of checking our biases, that's part of our equity and diversity initiatives, that we all have our biases that we kind of need to make sure that we check and that we don't make assumptions based on socioeconomic status, country of origin, any of those biases that we could have. To battle that also, I would point to the site facilitator model. Again, it is the model that is aimed at making sure that we're not removing students from their core academics, and that all of our teachers are able to meet the needs based on strategies that they learn in the site facilitator model to meet those needs of kids. And then I think a lot of our efforts too has been around family engagement. And if you've ever recognized the data that we see with a lot of our students that are new to country, we don't do very well at engaging those families. So we've really started to make greater efforts in other ways of engaging them. Did you want to add anything to that, Paul?
Sure. For the record, Paul LaMarca. I'll just
draw your attention, as Dr. Parks did, to the equity diversity training where we looked at the equity framework. You remember that was made up of leadership, culture, and practice. And in the center of those Venn diagrams were 4 big words, one of which was expectations. Mm-hmm. So it is through that lens that we try to deliver service. And there's so much more that could be said. Differentiated instruction, meeting kids where they're at, making sure they have equitable access to curriculum.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Superintendent, you want to weigh in on that?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, President Taylor. And to your aspect, and then also to Vice President Nicolette's, I'd also call the attention again to the uses of our ESSER dollars and the use of the tutoring, the summer school, our learning facilitators within our buildings, the professional learning for our teachers, and then also all of the work that we're doing around, even though that this is relegated to exit from 6th grade, really the reduction of the pull-out model and looking more into using our teachers and to make sure that they feel comfortable. It's important that our teachers feel that support within the classroom. And then also the continued professional learning around that. So whether it's GLAD strategies, which we're also funding out of the ESSER dollars, one of the positions. So all of those aspects together should help us mitigate some of these barriers going forward.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that. As the conversation was going on, I was thinking, oh yeah, and then the ESSER dollars. That's the real plan for closing some of these academic gaps that we've all paid attention to. So I appreciate that. Please go ahead. I think Dr. Lamarca, he was passing it over to you for the next. I think we are. Yes, sir.
Am I doing it or are you? Okay. So thank you again. And again, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer, new member of the Capital A team, or the ALT team. All right, enough of the humor. I see you guys have had a long night. So this is, goal 3 is about family and community engagement, and I'll just remind you, you heard about community engagement, some of your efforts just prior to spring break. So tonight we're just focusing in on objective 3.2, which is partnering with families. So we're looking at 2 different measurable outcomes, family satisfaction rates, which is a little bit of a misnomer, and then parent university satisfaction. We last came to you regarding family partnerships prior to COVID. And at that time, and some of you were not fortunate to be on our board at that period of time. So one of the things that was shared with the board is we were developing a index of family engagement, which is a multi-factor index. It includes response or outcomes from the climate survey that is administered annually to families, which you'll recall we didn't do for 2 years because of COVID, or 1 year, and then the next year the response rates were very low. We also look at increases in response to that particular survey. We look at infinite campus use and increases to infinite campus use. We also look at parent university participation. All those things have been tremendously impacted because of COVID. And so we are back where we were, and we are hoping to build the baseline from the index based on the current school year. So we don't have data to share with you. You have the climate surveys. You've seen those before. In terms of successes in this particular area, we do have successes. As you know, and some of this was, we've talked about this before, but I'll highlight it again because as Dr. Taylor reminded us, this is back to 2021. We were very regimented around providing technical support for families in the 2021 school year because of the hybrid model and also because of the numbers of folks that were opting for virtual learning. So we had Tech Thursdays. We had the event at the El Rancho Drive-In Theater. We had a variety of opportunities for families to learn about the use of technology and how it was being used with their children and their learning. We provided many opportunities and resources around mental health support, just in terms of referrals, but we also, through our FAST, I think that was Families and Staff Together, activities. We provided some support around mental health. And then one of our kind of hallmarks, I think, for our Family School Partnership office or department is our home visit program. So we were able to continue that, but it was virtual. We did have 153 staff members who completed over 1,000 visits with families. Again, digital. This is last school year, and that really affected close to 1,000 students. You know, a lot of times we talk about building relationships with families, especially as children transition. You're building a relationship for the first time, or a new relationship. That's particularly impacted when you're talking about a virtual format. So this was not a very conducive year for home visit projects. So that was one of the barriers that really impacted family engagement. Was our models and our restrictions because of the pandemic, which we needed to do because of safety concerns. So not only did we have a difficult time going to homes had a difficult time coming to schools. And so this was a real unfortunate outcome of the pandemic, and we're getting past that hump now, so that's a good thing. I am going to move on to the next measurable objective. This is around parent university classes. We did not meet our target in 2021, but we did have a satisfaction rate for the classes that were provided that exceeds 90%. We had fewer courses, and that again was impacted by the pandemic, but we did have 70 courses, nearly 2,000 participants, again around 1,500 students that were positively, I think, influenced by these courses, or at least 90+% of the families felt like it was a positive experience. Again, parent university works digitally, but not nearly as well as in person. And it was really difficult on our schools this school year. I know we're talking about last school year. They were begging and wanting families in, and because of the different surges, we were trying to allow it as much as possible, but then in big, large rooms, and so the intimacy that you really need for that kind of thing was affected. So we are moving forward, and we're very optimistic about the future. I will say one of the interesting things that occurred as a kind of a result of that reliance on digital format is the families that have traditionally participated, we try to serve all families, have come more from the Inner Corridor and North Valleys, and then with the switch to a virtual kind of format, we saw many more families from Damani Ranch area and Spanish Springs area. So even the comparison of data is difficult because it's very different communities. You guys know our community as well as I do. So there's different dynamics in our different regions. Okay.
Questions on anything in terms of our parent engagement? I will say this was really trending in the right direction. Watching this just as we go, and the job that they do at Parent University, and how important it is, especially for those families that don't really know how to get involved with their kids' education, with their students' education. So really, I mean, the trend, and I certainly understand how it will be different once COVID came around and so on. And the numbers are still pretty high.
Yeah.
I mean, the targets were set based upon no COVID. Right, but then we're still in the 90s, and so just kudos to Lisa DeCrane and Delisa,
right,
Delisa Crane, and her team and others who are involved in this, just to still have high numbers under such difficult circumstances.
Delisa was here; she had to leave. If she were here, she would say thank you to Maria Fernandez, who kind of coordinates Parent University and does a tremendous job.
She does a great job as well.
Yeah, it's a great unit that you have.
Okay, let's go right ahead. I see Mr. Ernst has moved into position.
Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, fellow members of the board, again, Joe Ernst for the record, Chief Accountability Officer. Nice to see everybody tonight. So we're going to go into Goal 5, and Goal 5 is to ensure our schools are safe, secure, supportive, welcoming environments. And if you look down at 5.1, really providing, continuously improving a climate of belonging, of self-worth. And what we're going to look at is we're going to look at the first three bullets: improve employee workforce, decreasing chronic absenteeism rates, and disproportionality. So Dr. Lamarca and I will walk you through each of those as we're moving forward. So our first one is staff satisfaction rate. Again, we all kind of go back to that very difficult time of 2021, as has been mentioned earlier this evening. And we know that staff reported burnout decreased throughout the 2021 school year. And so we thought that that was a success when you look at the start of the year, going through the year, and I'll show you some numbers on that. We know areas of success. While we've all really worked to find what those silver linings and those silver learnings were throughout a pandemic, one of them was that during in-person learning we had smaller class sizes, and of course relationally there's a lot of benefit to that. When you look across that area, you can see that there's a barrier associated with that and that's balancing in-person learning and digital learning at the same time. So you get a little of both with that situation there. In other areas of success, under Dr. Lamarca's leadership, therapists, facilitated staff, peer groups were supported digitally, so really working to support our staff. Again, we know what a trying time the pandemic has been, and particularly with our educators. Barriers, our barriers during that time, of course, substitute teacher shortage continued to be a challenge for schools. And that is taxing on a teacher. Teachers, the amount of time and effort that goes into preparing plans for when you have a substitute teacher and then coming back into the building afterwards. On top of that, balance in some digital learning while also having in-person learning at the same time. The demands were exceedingly high, and I know how much we value our teachers for that. Exclusions and illness, both staff and student due to COVID resulted in discontinuity of learning, and we continued to see that throughout the first part of this school year. Those exclusions really have an impact when we see students that are there for 4 days and then gone for 5 days, and really of no doing of their own, but related to policies that we've had to adhere to make sure for the safety of the community. And we see that staff reported work stress. It remains higher than pre-pandemic. So if you look at the table down on the bottom, one more back. If you look at that, you can see we've got two questions, staff climate survey 2017 to 2019, and then staff reopening survey in 2021. Really, the core of it is you can see the 3-year average between 17 and 20 is percentage of school-based staff who report burnout and tension, restlessness or anxiety at work, 42%. And while that number, I think, calls our attention right there, then fast forward 2020 up to 73%. And again, I think for all of us who've lived through it, as we have, we know that was a very challenging time in education. Then you can see 2021, towards the end of last school year, you can see that it starts to improve. Again, I still think it's an important number that we really would want to attend to. So as far as status, you can see that it declined. But I want to walk you through 2 more slides just to put a little bit more context on it. So this one here, percentage of all school staff who agree or strongly agree they're tense, restless, or anxious at work or feel burnout. Looking back to spring of 2016, you can see 36 and 39%. Certainly, we all know where that spike comes from. Too often in a pandemic, we've seen spikes not work in our favor this year as well. And so then you can see that moving into, so you went fall of 2020 and then fall of 2021. And again, even going back to the start of this school year, well, I know there was a great deal of optimism coming out of the summer and what would hold in the new year. We soon found out about variants and COVID still being a very dynamic presence in our community. Interestingly, you can see the burnout decreased over that year's time, but you can see a little bit where it goes back up from the spring in terms of the tense, the restless, that aspect. And again, I think there was a great deal of optimism coming out of the summer, and then fall came, and we were soon remembering all of the challenge that COVID brings. I'll take you one more slide just to put a little more context and then answer any questions. Here you have the percentage of teachers who agree. It's really the same. Again, the first one was staff. This one is teachers. And again, you can see a very similar pattern. Again, I think when we look at the profession and we think about how important relationships with students are, how important academic recovery is, when we look at these numbers, they definitely call our attention. And so, and then again, you see the fall, really what teachers were working through at this point, 80% at that time. Again, a year later, you see a decline. But you still see numbers that are high numbers when we look at this. And so just to kind of, so that's what we've kind of done with that. Before going on to chronic absenteeism, disproportionality, happy to answer any questions in this area.
Yeah, I think there'll be some. I'll start, and then I see Dr. Nicolette. Obviously the numbers are too high, and you mentioned that, and so I'm certainly we all agree. So I'm wondering from a staff standpoint. I can't imagine, what the 2 years has been like for anybody in the district, quite frankly. It's been difficult, and especially in the classrooms, just because you just feel more pressure in the classroom, I think. So what's our plan? Do we have a plan? What do we do? How do we help teachers? We can't create more teachers, or I know that, right? And so I know that we have some real challenges. Mm-hmm. I know with the labor shortage, we're going to talk about that a little bit later, but just in terms of the feeling stressed and the burnout and so on, to the extent that we can control things, is there some conversations? What kinds of things can we can't control everything, but what kinds of things can we help? We can't control smoke days, and if another variant comes out of nowhere, and all this other stuff that we've probably never even really thought we would have to deal with. But I know we can't say, gosh, that's too high, that's too bad, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I appreciate that question very much, and I always appreciate coming from that point of view about if we're looking at this information, what is it that we can make more actionable, bring forward, and make improvements. And so I think there's a number of layers with this, a number of layers.
It's complex. It is complex, no question.
A part of, so to just kind of work through some of those layers, one of those things is I think when you look at the staffing in buildings right now, through ESSER dollars, we have been able to, and we've walked you through that information previously, a great deal of support that we have provided to schools around additional staff. At the elementary school level, middle school level, high school level. And so I think most educators will tell you there's a lot of benefit to some additional staff. So I think that's one layer of it. And again, I think it has a lot of dimension to it. Remember when we presented during the ESSER presentation, one of our stakeholders on our stakeholder group was a teacher. And they talked about teacher support, and we saw kind of a little lesser dollar figure, and then we saw student learning. And remember, one of those statements was, I look at that teacher support, and I consider that a big help towards improving student learning. So I think you have that staffing. I also think there's a very real element to fortifying external support to schools. I think that our teachers and our schools and our principals work exceedingly hard in very large part and have met demands that they have not ever faced before. And I think when we look at trying to balance and decrease some of this tension, some of this burnout with our staff, recognizing the importance of what our educators do and what they bring to us. I think that's critical in our efforts. I also think that as we look at the alignment of external supports to buildings, where are the pieces that we can get to increased efficiencies and effectiveness externally to support buildings, so the work that they have is around their key pieces, and that is working with students, building relationships with students, and working on improving their learning. And so I think that looks on a number of levels. We've talked to you about our essential standards. Well, again, this has been an initiative that we've been working through. I think we continue to dive into the alignment of our essential standards, how they work in alignment with our, say, common formative assessments. Teachers who are assessing their students and seeing what kind of scores they're getting, they're going to look at that information pretty critically, and they've been able to provide us feedback. What are things that we can do that help strengthen that area, that help them do the work that they have in the classroom? So I think when we talk about at the high school level, we talk about re-engagement and getting students back in buildings. I think it's just these external pieces and the alignment of the external pieces that will go a long way in helping our schools and reducing the burnout and the tension. Again, helping them be able to work on their most critical work. I think, Trustee Nicolette, you've said before in some conversations with staff, what did they want? They want time. They want time, and they want time to focus on what they feel is most critical. Where we can support that and be more effective with that external support to make sure they have the necessary time, I think that's going to help with these numbers. And then you can keep going on and on.
Yeah,
there's more and more.
There's absolutely no easy answer to that. It's very, very complex. And I think you're mentioning some things that are really important, the help that they get so that they can just focus, whether it's internal, because we can pull in some more people using ESSER dollars, whether it's external to relieve some of that pressure as well. I just think at the end of the day, especially during times like this, whatever we can do to help teachers feel supported. Right? And sometimes it's a feeling of support as well, right? Those things go a long way. And at least, hey, you know what? I know it's tough. I see you. I can't change, but I see you. Right? Just any things that we can do, in my opinion, doing those pieces. I feel it as I go visit schools and I talk to teachers and I thank them and I just take a minute and just say thank you and how you holding up and just acknowledging that it's been, just so they feel like, I can't do anything with it, right? But anything that we can do so that teachers feel supported, I think it helps. In addition to these functional things, that I think matters for teachers as well.
Yeah, and really valuing that feedback that they provide to us. They're informing us
and then do something
what
with
we can do to improve, and that's really an important aspect.
And do something with it.
Yes.
Dr. Nicolette and then Trustee Smith.
I will say that I believe the district stepped up above and beyond to help our staff, our teachers. I know one thing that I believe is worth mentioning, and that is that challenge that a person dedicated to their art, all staff, needing to take some time off and almost feeling guilty because you shouldn't. We know that was an element, and I believe it's worth mentioning because it's a very human condition. And showing, I believe Washoe County School District showed respect of that feeling by stepping in. Our superintendent, our area superintendents, anybody who could stepped in and tried to do what they could so that teacher Diane could go to an appointment rather than cancel it. And I think that we did a very good job. And you're absolutely right, and thank you for mentioning it. I think one of the aspects that I would like us to continue to peel back, and that is continuing to concentrate on what's best for our students, and at the same time recognizing that we must take some things off of our staff plates. We just absolutely must, and that's the yeoman's work. But we need to continue to look at that because that is what will give our staff and teachers the time to do what they want to do, and that is do an excellent job. My 2 cents.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. One of the things I appreciate most about this is the transparency of it. We do these surveys. We get the responses. We share it with the community. and that is really important. And I very much want to commend the group for asking these hard questions and then sharing what they are. I know that there's a lot of layers here, and we would never oversimplify answers because there's a bunch of different angles, but I will say that based on feedback, an overarching thing that I hear about burnout and stress is also class size. So to piggyback on Vice President Nicolette, I love that we are trying to listen. We may create solutions that inadvertently create more work when we want to be doing less, and that's not for intent. It's just going from theory to practice, just committing to that cycle, and I know that you are. And I very much appreciate that. But something I hear very regularly is any opportunities we have to decrease class sizes are good. But again, I am not at all suggesting that it's as simple as that. And I want to say thank you for doing these surveys and sharing this information transparently. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Yeah, I concur. The number one thing I'm hearing is class size reduction. We kind of talked about that a little bit on the last agenda item. We're going to probably talk about it on the next agenda item. And I appreciate your passion and hence I enjoy watching you speak. You're so passionate. But yeah, classroom size is one of the things I'm hearing. The other thing is I'm not smart enough to know exactly what, and many people will concur with that to know exactly what is the solution, and that's why I'm happy to have staff there. But we have to address it somehow. Teachers' aides, and again, if we could hire them. Yeah, I do hear discipline in the classroom. The teacher wants to be safe, and if there's a disruptive child, not saying we discipline them so much, but we help that child however it takes so that the teacher can teach the class. But on your chart on page 14, one of the things I noticed, and I missed part of the conversation, we were above 50% well before COVID and up to 55%. So we were on an upward trend before March of 2020. St. Patrick's Day is kind of traditionally like the start of COVID when everything shut down. We were on an upward trend before then. So did I miss a comment, or what was happening then? Do you know?
Again, I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the feedback. I think a very legitimate aspect is that our teachers continue to be asked to do more with the same amount, and I dare say sometimes maybe a little less. And so that comes from administrative responsibilities that they may have to adhere to based on new laws or policies that they now must add on another responsibility to what they're doing. And so I think when you start to look at just say that upward slope and paying attention to that pre-pandemic, I think when we're really thinking through an educator's lens, it's what are their most important responsibilities, and if we can help keep them focused on what are their most important responsibility while relieving and taking away some of the other tasks that they need to do, that will go a long way, I think, with teachers. And so I think that maybe speaks in some part to that.
I appreciate that, because I think even conversations about that, saying, hey, what are those things that may be, and we know there are assessments, there's some things we know we have to do from the states, from the feds and so on, but I think just an acknowledgement of that, not that it should stop there, but as a beginning point, as if there are things that we can do to take off, then that, having that conversation and educators knowing that that's on the radar, and it's important as administration looks at what we have to do, those kinds of things, I think that matters, I think that helps, right? Superintendent?
Thank you very much, and I'll just say a few points. So Dr. LaMarca leads a behavior task force that's staffed with teachers and principals, as well as I believe we have a school psychologist on there to talk about that, to also look at data throughout our district. But I also want to say, and maybe it's a little bit of freedom that I feel at this point in time in my career, we've got to face classroom size at the state level. We've said it over and over again. Washoe County School District Nevada has some of the largest class sizes, and so we've got to tackle that issue. But I will also say on the national front, the dialogue around educators, and you look at the news, you look at the media, and what educators have been going through over the last couple of years. And when we talk about showing the support, I believe our community and our state and our country needs to show the love to our educators and what they've been able to do. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, good comments. Just go ahead.
I'd be remiss if I didn't add a couple comments. So Mr. Ernst put up one of the successes was the therapist facilitated peer groups that we did in 2021. We used ELC funding, the state funding from DHHS, to continue that in this particular school year and to expand that. You also approved ESSER's funding that provided what we called living ideation workshops for staff. And those are primarily designed to help staff engage with students as a suicide prevention strategy. But what we have found is it has been just well received by staff, just giving them the opportunity to sort of decompress and deal with some of the stress that they've been dealing with. We are expanding those efforts. We're looking for additional funding right now to expand the therapist-supported peer groups, and we already have funding through ESSERS for living ideation. We've partnered with the Children's Cabinet. They've put together some great materials, partly through the behavior lens, to just teach teachers about the concept of burnout, what it is, how you deal with it, giving them tangible strategies. We've shared that with all the schools at this point, but that's a new development. We're trying to get that out. And then the last thing I'll say is Dr. McNeil won't mention this, but if you look at when she came in, we had morale issues, and that was like her number one emphasis was going out to schools. We went with her, sit down with staff, listen to what's going on, listen to what their ideas were, and that's what led to the Student Behavior Task Force that we put together and that we're doing again this year. And that got thwarted by COVID. And I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm telling you that's the facts. That stopped those efforts from occurring. And that was right at the spring of 2020. Anyway, would you like to move on?
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Nicolai? Minetto? I haven't done that for a few weeks, so.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry to hold everything up, but I just wanted to say a couple things. Class sizes are, I had 1 year where I had a class of, easily 30, 35, and the same year I taught a class of 15, same grade level. Taught those smaller groups like 4 times more just because of the less number of kids. Because, when you got 15 kids, you know exactly who's doing what. And if there's a pill in there, stop that. You got 30, and you're just keeping them from killing each other. I had 48 1 year, and that was in a choir, and that was crowd control. It really was. And, over my 31 years of teaching, it seemed like stress kept adding on and adding on and adding on because education changed, and then all of a sudden we couldn't discipline anybody in the idea of what it was then. I mean, you'd send a kid to the office, you'd fill out the paperwork, you'd write exactly what happened, and they'd be back in your room in 5 minutes. Thank you. And that wasn't helping that child, and that's the experience, and mine's from 4 years ago, and now I can't imagine, because it went from this to this, and I really can't imagine what the teachers are going through, and I don't know why why they don't want to do it anymore. I get that. I don't want them to feel that way, but I get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Please go ahead, Dr. LaMarca.
Thank you for that comment, Trustee Minetto. I would say one of the things
that's part of your lived experience. I mean, you've been there, so.
Yeah, one of the things we haven't talked about is the pandemic impacted all of you and impacted all of us. I mean, we've talked about that before. So the teachers were not only dealing with the stress of the work environment, they had all the same uncertainties we've had. You know, am I going to bring sickness home by being at school, or am I going to, you know, that it's been a tough go. So let me put my glasses on so I can see. Chronic absenteeism rates. As you know, last year was a terrible year for chronic absenteeism. Our actual rate district-wide was 39%. We were over 50% at the high school level. Our target was 14%. So spoiler alert, we didn't meet our target in 2021. I can tell you, I know you had some conversation earlier today, the numbers look much more favorable this year, but we're not prepared to give you an estimate of what that might be. There are some subtle differences in how it's being calculated, which we have to sort of sort that out before we get too specific. In terms of successes during the 2021 school year, we sort of enhanced our data availability to schools so they could work with data through the big system, the Business Intelligence Gateway system, so that they could make data-driven decision-makings around attendance. We had a very robust home visit program through our intervention department. It's different than what we were talking about with family school partnerships. Family school partnerships were building relationships with families, partnering them in the education of their child. Through intervention department, our attendance officers, re-engagement specialists will visit homes to get kids out of bed to go to school, or to bring supplies to families that need supplies so that the kid can then come to school. They're out every day. We have many people doing that. That has been very, that's an area of success annually, I believe, for us. We've talked a little bit in the past, I think, about our student attendance review board that's run by Rochelle Murillo. She too had to go home early. She wanted to be here tonight. She does great work. Students who are chronically absent and who are truant, some of them come to a hearing that's mandated by statute, but that's really designed to build wraparound services for families, because we rarely find a student who's just obstinate and not coming to school. There's usually a variety of stressors that are affecting them. And so that has been an area of success, is really meeting families with what they need in terms of resource. Just like our teachers, and just like you've read numerous times, I can only imagine, increased mental health stress on students was significant in the last school year. It's been more significant in terms of rates this school year, and really that's around anxiety and kids not wanting to come to school. So that was a barrier for attendance. We already had rates of chronic absenteeism that were not acceptable, similar to the teacher burnout data. Prior to the pandemic, we would have liked to have seen that number much lower than it was. And there was disproportionality, and that grew with the pandemic. So students that were already having poorer attendance had even poorer attendance. And then, as you know, we had some measures that mitigated some of the impacts there for a while around housing, like eviction moratorium, that sort of a thing. But our transience rate, because of the pandemic, has grown. We're having a hard time identifying students for children in transition support, just because we don't know where they're at, and that has been a challenge for us. Let's move on, and we can come back to this. Are there any questions about chronic absenteeism? All right. The last one that we're going to talk about is disproportionality. I'm going to ask Joe to skip forward to the next slide. I think we agreed we would reorient you guys to the statistics first, because it's always confusing and it's worth sort of rehearsal. We talked about this last at the equity diversity training. We displayed the information a little bit differently. Basically, when we talk about disproportionality, the question is the proportion of students involved in a particular event, and here we're talking about participation in advanced coursework, equal to their relative proportion in the total population. So if your Hispanic population makes up about 38% of your student population, then, you know, with some variability, about 38% of the kids taking AP, IAB, and dual credit courses should be Hispanic. Same with whites. They make up about the same proportion of the population, so about the same percentage should be taking those courses. Something like CIT, it's only 3% of our population. But so 3% of the students that are taking these advanced coursework, relatively speaking, would probably be students classified as CIT. So that vertical line that's dashed, that's at the 1.0. 1.0 means there's proportionality. It means that the proportion in the variable is equal to the proportion in the population. So when you are below that line, you are underrepresented. When you're above that line, you're overrepresented. So what you can see here, we actually, and we'll go back to that slide, we meet our expectations with this particular variable. We saw movement toward proportionality with every group, I think, except possibly one. I think it's every group. It is every group. What we're saying is that everyone approached 1.0. If they were over, they got a smaller number closer to 1, and if they were under, they got a larger number closer to 1. Can you flip forward? No, let's go up to suspension data real quick. Next one. There we go. So same interpretation. Okay, the dashed line is 1.0, and when we look here, we see that we have several groups that are overrepresented in terms of suspension rates, and then we have 3 groups that are underrepresented, or 2 that are underrepresented and 1 that's kind of right on the edge. And this is exactly the same pattern that we shared with you all at the equity and diversity training, if you recall. So the unfortunate thing with suspensions is that only 2 groups move towards proportionality. Any questions about the data? Fairly clear. You guys are, okay, great. Let's go back now. So we met our target with respect to the advanced coursework, and I do want to let you know, and I double-checked this today because I thought this might be a question, our rates of participation were not any lower. So in other words, approximately the same number of kids took these courses in 2021 as in 2020, but we see greater proportionality. That's what we want. We actually want to see more kids and more proportionality, but at least we didn't see a decrease in participation. So that's a very good news. That's a area of success that we should feel good about. We did not meet the target when it comes to suspension because only 2 of the groups sort of move towards proportionality, and right now the metric is essentially more than half need to move towards proportionality. I will tell you that Mr. Ernst and Dr. Davidson and our office want to work on this particular metric area, and when we target set, we'll probably bring to you some ideas about maybe how to refine this a little bit so it's easier to interpret. And I'm not going to go into that unless you have questions. This is just we're looking at 11 groups and movement among 11 groups. It's very kind of complex, to put it bluntly. Area of success, we've already mentioned it. We met our target with advanced coursework. But I think what that really means is our schools did a stellar job in still getting kids registered for those courses and meeting the expectations of those courses, because this was passing. This was getting a credit. This wasn't just being enrolled in the course. Also, you passed in the fall of 2020 a resolution around anti-racism, and there was a whole equity action plan associated with that you'll recall. And all of that is designed at getting at gaps in achievement and disproportional outcomes. It's increasing equitable access. And so we see that as an area of success. I will tell you that a barrier here, especially around the suspension data, is because so many fewer kids were in person consistently last year. That data is very discrepant from previous years and then this year. So the trend is kind of broken with respect to suspensions. Then again, among the fewer number of kids that were attending, we saw disproportionality increase. That could, to an extent, be a function of who was in every day, because if you recall, we allowed some student populations to be in every day because they had greater need for access. So the disproportionality could just be that sort of a residual of that, kind of an unintended consequences. And then the last one, and hopefully I'll never have to say this again because we're moving out of this, but a barrier with the pandemic was a very difficult time building capacity among educators because of digital formats, things like that. We're getting past that now. We're starting to meet in person. I believe that's all we have. And so if you have any questions, we're prepared to try to answer them.
Any questions on the disproportionality piece of it? We do have a public comment. Why don't we take that before we bring it to the board?
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
My green?
You're on.
Okay. I'm not sure if you've all seen the most recent video of the fight in the Reno Middle School, but parents have. And we have questions. Hasn't there always been divorce, depression, anxiety, mental and physical abuse, homelessness among students attending our schools? How was this dealt with before the implementation of social emotional learning and restorative justice? Whatever those practices were, they were better than the chaos that is happening in our classrooms today. Do you believe it is best practice to put the disruptive child back into the classroom because they will lose instructional time? There are many valid reasons for a child to get upset and angry, but this does not give them the right to take away the other student's ability to have a safe learning environment. I removed my own son from Reno High because he said it took teachers about 20 minutes to get control of their classrooms every day, especially with new teachers. The students decided when it was time to learn. We used his college savings and sent him to Minogue. My older son witnessed and testified against a student who stabbed another student multiple times with a pencil, puncturing his lungs. My son was covered with blood and taken to the police station without my consent. We get what we tolerate, and teachers are at a breaking point. How do they teach the curriculum, check in with each student, focus on IEP students, take care of themselves with one, let alone multiple disruptive students? The idea of no suspensions or zero suspensions as a goal is about smoke and mirrors, skewing the data to appear more equitable. But at what cost? I understand that kids are suffering, but it should not be at the expense of terrorizing the rest of the students and teachers. They need counseling. Teachers are not trauma counselors. Yes, these students need care and compassion, but separately from other students. Another consequence is students are realizing that if he or she can get away with it, bad behavior, so can I. It's a ripple effect. You are afraid of shaming and stigmatizing a disruptive child. It's called discipline. Being taught the difference between right and wrong, dealing with consequences. These well-meaning, good-intentioned policies are having the opposite desired effects. Just look at the depression, anxiety, and suicide rates. It's time to reevaluate for the sake of the teachers and the students. Parents are worried every day sending their children to school.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Just bring it back here to the board table. Questions, comments on the agenda item as a whole. We did kind of take it step by step as we went through each of these. As you'll recall, this is a report on the 2020-21 school year. And we're looking about, there are some measurable outcomes that were presented as we went along the way. Some updated measurable outcomes, I should say, really as a result of making some of the adjustments that occurred during the 2020-2021 school year, which was last year. And those are the measurables that we'll be measuring this year's numbers against. And so those recommendations are before us. So what we're looking for, if it's the pleasure of the board, is acceptance of those updated measures that we'll be measuring, the updated metrics that we'll be measuring this year's data against. Does that make sense? Did I lose anybody or everybody? You may, if you want to, with it in the microphone, if you'd like. Just if that we'd like to if we'd like to approve the updated measures, which we'll be measuring this year's data against.
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. There's a second from motion on the floor from Clerk Manello, second from Trustee Rodriguez. Other conversation, other discussion that we haven't had along the way. Again, these will be the metrics that we'll be measuring this year's numbers against. Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much for your work, and I'm with you, Dr. Lamarca. Let's just get as far away from COVID numbers as we possibly can, and get back to moving forward, and really good work on those areas where progress was made, because there was some progress. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to take a dinner break now. We'll take a 20-minute break and come on back. So just right around 7 o'clock. Okay, 5 after 7. We're going to start right at 5 after 7. Okay. We're going to recess. Why don't we go ahead and get started? All right, we're going to call our meeting back to order and jump right into agenda item 3.05. The board will receive an update and possible action for direction by the Board of Trustees to the superintendent to address the critical labor shortages in the areas of transportation, nutrition services, special education aids and assistance, custodial, and other possible areas. A presentation will include an update to the board on attendance impacts due to the transportation rotation schedule that was implemented due to the shortage of bus drivers. And this is for possible action. And we'll turn it over to, we'll just begin with you, Mr. Etchart, and then I know you have, we'll begin with Madam Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. So just to orient the board, this is obviously an exceptionally important item that we have for you today. A lot of time and effort went into the preparation. Obviously, this isn't just about the actual PowerPoint presentation. This is about all the research that has been done in order to get to this point that we bring you this presentation today. It's no secret that we've got a critical labor shortage in several of our areas, but tonight we are strictly focusing around the areas of our support professionals, around the areas of transportation, nutrition services, aids and assistance in special education and early childhood, as well as nutrition services. Did I say nutrition services twice? Custodial. It's been a long night. So we're going to walk you through step by step. We would like this to obviously, as always, be interactive with our trustees. But you see an agenda up there. We're going to talk to you a little bit, provide the additional context for where we are. We're going to talk about some of the actions that we have been able to take to date throughout our district in these areas. We're going to go into detail around some levels of service and what those impacts are going to look like and what they have looked like. We're going to touch on the compensation change considerations and what some of those considerations would be. As you all know, anytime that we talk about compensation, it is something that we have to collectively bargain. This particular group would be with our Washoe educational support staff. We're going to look at different types of funding considerations around whether that's general fund or ESSER's dollars. And then finally, we have broken up our recommendations, hopefully for the ease of you all, that it's not just one large recommendation, that it's actually broken up into several recommendations as we move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Etchart.
Great. Well, thank you, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So I'm going to dive right into the current situation. We're going to start off with transportation. So we currently have 303 driver allocations. Thank you, Emily. And as of last week, we have 87 driver vacancies. And I think it's always important to remind everyone that this is not just a Washoe County School District issue. This is a national issue, and we're all just trying to find our ways through this with the best solutions we can. I also want to remind everyone that as a district, we are not required by law or statute to provide general education transportation. However, we are provided to provide transportation for special education students, first-year English language learners, children in transition, and foster students. And that requires approximately 130 drivers. Now, the number of driver vacancies has definitely gone significantly up this year, even though we have had more applications and initial driver hirings than I can ever remember. And for a little bit more on that, I'm going to turn this over to Chief Human Resources Officer Emily Ellison.
Thank you, Pete. Again, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer, for the record. I think it's important that we spend some time talking about the efforts that we've undertaken with respect to recruitment, because as Pete mentioned, there certainly have been tremendous results this year, and we have seen new hire activity pick up as a result of some of the actions that you all have taken, like implementing the incentive pilot programs and some of the other efforts that we've embarked upon. I'm not going to read the slides to you as much as I want to just highlight a couple of things. So what we mean by dedication of additional resources, we previously, for a district of 8,000 people, had 3 staffers and 1 program service tech. So 4 people focused on the recruiting function. And one of our staffers took a temporary assignment to manage our ESSERS project funding, and so we utilized that and supplemented with some federal money to take that position and create 2 positions. So now we have an additional resource, which has been tremendous because we've been able to divide up the different focus areas. We, of course, participate in terms of recruiting activities in job fairs and community events. So whether it's in-house job fairs or community job fairs, or even community events that aren't necessarily related to recruiting and job seeking, like Food Truck Friday, our team's working really hard to get out and have a presence, to build relationships with community organizations like Step 2 and Eddie House. We really embarked upon a lot of online events and outreach. We've even purchased a platform so that we can host our own online info sessions and online job fairs. Hopefully you have seen, and maybe you have it on your email tagline, the Heart of Washoe County recruiting campaign. The communications team has been really tremendous in terms of helping us to support that and creating employee testimonial videos. And then we've been leveraging that that campaign in extensive advertising. So you've probably seen our billboards and heard our radio commercials and maybe even seen our commercials on TV. So definitely using the tools that we have available to get the word out. In partnership with communications, we've expanded our social media presence. So if you follow us on Facebook or Instagram, you've probably seen an uptick in postings about recruitment. This has been a huge thing, and I've gotten so much feedback from the principals, but our application system was a little antiquated, and for a long time we had to have 4 applications because the software could not accommodate our transfer rights within our bargaining agreements. But Jim Grace in our department was just so awesome working with SearchSoft is the name of the company, and they finally figured out how to streamline it into 1 application, and we took off a bunch of fields that weren't necessarily useful to hiring managers, so it's a faster application now. And then we've implemented a lot of tools to help support folks, so doing application labs, how-to videos, kind of walking folks through the application. And then, of course, we mentioned earlier the new hire retention and referral incentives that we implemented as a pilot program. You can see over on the right some of the new hire activity. So within transportation, we've hired 74 drivers through April 6th of this year. And I would say, Scott could probably confirm, but that's probably like triple the number in an average year.
Sorry. Scott Lee, Director of Transportation, for the record. It is significantly higher than what we'd normally see by this time of year.
Thank you.
Can we ask how many you lost?
Yeah, I have that number. Please hold.
Basically, that number on the bus drivers of down, 84, whatever it is, I lost the number. That seems to be kind of flat from the last presentation. Is that so? We're not losing ground.
Correct. We're not losing ground. We are relatively flat. Early last week we were about 84. We did have some promotions, which also impacts. We hired from our driver ranks, and we have had some separations as well. So it is in flux. We haven't broke the number 80. So
getting back to the 74 new hires during that period.
We've been, Emily Ellison for the record, we've been able to retain 70% of those 74 drivers thus far.
And my question, how many do we roughly lose, say, during that same period?
Oh, of the total workforce?
Yeah, like retired, resigned. Transportation.
Bus driver, transportation,
Yeah, I'm trying
right,
to compare the 74 new hires to how many went out the door at the same time.
Yeah, so you'll see back on Pete's slide where there has been a net reduction. We started the year with 45 vacancies, and so the losses of total workforce have outpaced the new hires. So we've had 74 new hires, and we've had 99 separations. And I think that 99 separations. I think the data will underscore the rest of the points that we're gonna make tonight. No, you're good. I think it's an important point. That's all I have for what we've done so far. Any questions on our recruitment efforts?
Dr. Nicolette, are you leading? No, you're not leading. Okay. All right, please go ahead.
Okay, so back to me. So obviously the focus this year has been on recruitment and retention of drivers, as Emily said, but unfortunately the reduction in staff that we just talked about has led us to have to do a series of actions. And I just kind of want to run through these really fast. First one, scheduled double runs. This is where we take some students home after school and the other students wait at school until that driver can come back and then picks them up and takes them home. So we were doing these double runs early this year by necessity, but to provide consistency for our students and for our families, we started doing these as scheduled double runs on September 26th. The hub system, during a time of reduced driver numbers, also coupled with all of the exclusions we were having during COVID, we had to implement the hub system on January 3rd. And this is where many of the middle school and high school students walked to the nearest elementary schools to be picked up in the morning and then basically dropped off there in the afternoons. And then lastly, predominantly due to safety concerns based on the reduced driver numbers, we had to implement the area rotation plan schedule on February 22nd. Now this change did have the advantage that we were able to eliminate the double runs, but as with all the options that we implement at this stage, it came with a cost, and that is the inconvenience to families and students and the impact on student attendance. And for that, I am joined here by Joe Ernst and Kyle Kemp to kind of walk us through that.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Good to see everybody again. Yes, Joe Ernst, Chief Accountability Officer, and it is my pleasure tonight to introduce our accountability coordinator. Does a tremendous job pulling a wide variety of data for our team and for the school district. So with that, I would like to turn it over here to Mr. Kyle Kemp.
Perfect. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Board. Superintendent McNeil. Kyle Kemp, Accountability Coordinator for the record. So when the area rotation plan went into place, our office was tasked with kind of finding out what those impacts were on each area as we went through the rotation. So I want to talk a little bit about the slides. Oh, man, they look so good up there. I want to talk about the slides and the data, and then we'll go through the rotation as it occurred, and then we'll talk about possibilities of looking at even some last week data that we analyzed even today. So the gray bar that you see there is going to be the 3-week average of the percentage of the student population that is absent. So these are absent rates. These are rates of students being absent out of the total population in the area that we're looking at. So those 3 little buses mark that average 3 weeks prior to the non-rotational week. The middle bar, or the middle column, is the non-rotational week, and for this slide it's going to be area 2. The green bar after, pointing to the other direction, is immediately following the rotational week. That's the week after. So you could kind of see if that school or if that area made up some of that attendance after the non-rotational week. So as we go through area 2, you'll see that prior to the rotational week, it was about a 10% absence rate for that population. And these are the population is the impacted schools only in each area. So 17 schools in Area 2 were impacted, and 8 of those 17 schools were Title I schools. So again, 10% leading into the impact area, or the impact week, I should say, or the non-service week, with an increase of 4.8% up to that 14.8%. And then the week immediately following, you can kind of see that they went back to that 10% absence rate. And then as you go down, you'll see that we broken out by, title and non-title schools to see if we're affecting our different schools a little bit differently, or our populations a little bit differently. And then we listed the top 4 schools in that area that were most impacted, the most change from the 3 weeks prior to the non-rotational week. You'll see we did have a school appendix if you want to dig into all the schools in the area that were impacted, and if you have questions about that as we go through all the areas. I do want to say this is 1 week of data. This is 1 week in each area that we're looking at. As far as the rotational week. And with student attendance, you do have to take into a lot of the other impacts or factors that kind of happen with student attendance. For instance, Area 2 was during the week of 2/22/22 and 2/25/22. There was a 4-day week. There was a holiday in there, President's holiday. There was school delayed starts due to inclement weather, which could also be a factor to attendance. And this was the first non-service week in the schedule. So getting our families accustomed to that is also a factor to pay attention to. So you'll see as we dig into Area 2, excuse me, Title I schools in this area did see a little bit more of an impact compared to the non-title schools. And then you'll see that Desert Skies Middle School was the #1 school that did have the largest impact. And I do have a little note down there, 1% total area, in the total area of Area 2 that was impacted, each 1% is about 132 students. So something to think about in numbers of students as we go through the data. Desert Skies, their impact was 10.6%, and for Desert Skies population, that's about 109 students. So a lot of students that we're talking about, but it is relative to the school population, so you got to kind of take that into account as we go through.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kemp, let me understand. So it says 1% of total area change equals 132 students. But Desert Skies, let's say their change was 10%.
Right.
And you said that was 100. Help me with that math.
For sure. So, not 110%, but for each 1% change in the total area of Area 2.
Oh, total area 2.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, that can't be true. We don't have 1,000 students that do. Okay, okay, it's for the total area, not for.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll even add to that.
I'm sorry, Trustee Rodriguez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Kind of just going back a little bit, just to our policy meeting today. If a student and their family can't make it to school for whatever reason due to the lack of the buses, are they considered unexcused absence? Are you guys able to answer that, or?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a good question.
Yeah, Debbie, do you want, or Deputy Superintendent, do you want to answer that? Because we did take that into consideration as far as for our families.
Thanks, JJ. So that was a policy, attendance policy presentation, Kyle, earlier that Trustee Rodriguez is talking about. So again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. So remember, we know we don't track the unexcused and the excused. Remember, Rochelle and Doug talked through that every absence is an absence. But in specifically to what I think you're asking, Trustee Rodriguez. If a student was not able to make it, and currently as well, is not able to make it to school because they don't have transportation, then our schools are reaching out to work with the families and the student at home and providing work, and we're able to code that appropriately so it doesn't figure into chronic absenteeism.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost, if you kind of think about what we did with distance learning, kind of along the same idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Kyle Kemp, Accountability Coordinator for the record. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, and I think I will dig into what an absence is in this data. If the student was expected to be in school based on their school schedule, and they miss 50% or more of their scheduled day, they are marked absent. So hopefully that helps, and that's all absences. So, and we wanted to track that because we wanted to keep a trend of all the student absences. All right, moving into the next area. Area 3 and 4 were on the next rotation. They were combined. Area 3 we will talk about first. Leading into the non-rotational week, it was a 8.7% absence rate. And you'll see that they did decrease by 0.6% in the actual rotational week. And then as they came out of the rotational week, actually student absences did increase. And you'll see that 13 schools were impacted in Area 3. 0 of them were title, so we don't have any data in the title road there. And Moss Elementary School did come in at the most impacted at that 0.6%. And just to kind of orient you too, this is the Reed and Reno vertical. So something to think about, geographically, what schools are in this vertical. And that 0.6% at Moss Elementary School is about 2 students on average. Moving into Area 4, again, coupled with Area 3 during the rotation. This is the McQueen and Sparks High School vertical. 16 schools were impacted. 7 of those schools were Title I schools. You'll see that Area 4's absence rate for the impacted schools was 10.1% leading into the rotational week. And again, we did see a decrease of 0.4% on the rotational week. Coming out, we did see them return about to that 10 range, 10.8. Title schools in Area 4, you do see that they actually improved more with their absence rate into the rotational week. And non-title schools did have a slower, actually a decrease or an increase in student absence rate by 0.4%. Area 5, the smallest of the areas, 8 schools impacted in this area. It is the North Valley's vertical, so something to think about geographically, talking about Area 5. 5 of those 8 schools are title schools. North Valley's high school does carry a lot of weight in this area when we look at the impacted schools of the 8 schools, so something to think about when you're looking at the data. Leading into the rotational week, 10.9% student absence rate. That did increase on the rotational week at 3.4%. As we look after the rotational week, we see that it did go down from the original average down to 9.6%. And again, when we look at our title and non-title, our non-title actually did see the larger increase in this area because of that student weight at North Valleys, and with North Valleys being the most impacted with student attendance during that rotation week with that 7.2% increase on that rotation week from the weeks prior. And rounding out the rotation, the first round of rotations, I should say, the Damani, Galena, Incline, and Wooster vertical. 21 schools in this area were impacted. 6 of those schools were title schools. Leading into the impact week, they were at about 10%. So you could kind of see a lot of these areas were about 10% leading into the impact week. So something to draw attention to. And then the impact week, that we did see a 0.4 decrease. And then after that impact week, the rate did actually continue down. And I will say this, that week after the impact week, that was one of the best attendance weeks we've had in the second semester across the whole district. So it's something to think about and to recognize that student attendance is always fluid, and that's why we're up and down in some of these schools.
Madam President, so this slide has been updated because obviously we're living in real time. So this slide that you're oriented, so if the trustees will look at the screen, we'll update the slide in board docs, but this is the most recent slide that you're seeing on the screen. So if you're looking in board docs right now, that third column, you're not going to see data there.
Right. Yeah. I looked up, and I was going to ask, and I looked up and saw that. However, there's still some slots that are missing. Will that be filled in as well and then updated on Mr. Kemp?
Speaking about Incline Elementary, Incline Middle, and Incline High School.
Oh, okay. Yes, Incline was on their break last week. So the post week after their rotation, they did have that second week of break there. So we won't have that data until they return back from break.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, yes, please, Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Kyle, just a question. School counts on the slide, 21 schools on non-service list. Can you give me some clarity on that? I mean, when I read that, it implies that the buses don't serve 21 schools. That's not what that is.
So, yeah, 21 schools in Area 1 were affected during the non-rotational week. Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Good question. Clarification.
Perfect. And then to round out some of the data that we analyzed today for Area 2, which was last week, this would have been Area 2's second round of non-rotation. We did see some improvements to attendance, but we did still see impacts at those schools, Desert Skies, and Hug High School, and Spanish Springs High School. So while we did see a decrease, and I would attribute it to that pretty tough first start week of delayed starts and a 4-day week and stuff like that, but we did still see impacts in those schools, and we'll be monitoring those data as we move forward also.
Thank you very much for that. The important, I mean, is as I don't even really have the right word, but as horrible as it is that we're in this position, I think it's important to say that no one at this table feels good about a kid not getting to school.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's for, truly, I mean, I still have a hard time with that. I mean, I get it, but I still have a hard time with that. I would say that just the conversation, I think that Deputy Byersdorf shared, in that schools reaching out to those students that can't come in person, I just can't emphasize enough at least how important it is for those children that don't get a chance to go. So that at least they're, and I know it's going to be challenging for some students. I get that. I truly do. Because, we all went through this as learning, so we know how that was. But just schools making every effort, and I know that they do, to try to keep those students engaged, so that they don't lose that week of instruction, and then there to, provide supports once they do go back. It's like it's one of those, it's in a horrible situation. At least we're doing all that we can to try to mitigate that loss for them, because it's just not a good situation, right? And I know nobody feels good about that, so that's not intended to be a lecture. So, Dr. Nicolette, thank you.
Thank you for this information. I've been wondering, because during all of these weeks I have been at schools visiting, and I noticed the attention that was paid by administration, by classified, by teachers, in trying, in communicating with each other as to Diane's gone today. Do you know why Diane's gone today? Is it a bus thing? Is it and tried to identify that. Did you find that attention to detail, was that part of the information that you obtained so that you feel like these are pure numbers that had to do with transportation?
Great question. Kyle Kemp, Accountability Coordinator, for the record. So we did kind of travel down that road. We wanted to get our data as specific as possible. And we know that our families do as much as they can to make sure that the schools know the types of absences that the students and the families are experiencing. But when we got down to it, we decided the bigger picture of student absence rates would be a bigger picture of seeing the impact as it had on the school as it entered and then as the week happened. So we can kind of see a total bigger picture of the impact. We do want to absolutely try to drill into, what students exactly are being affected by transportation, but we don't always get those details. So it's hard to nail those data down all the time and for sure say it.
And I understand that, and that's why I brought it up, because I would hear, and it made me smile because the commitment was stellar, and it was there, and it was obvious. Principal Diane is saying to admin aide Angie, "Hey, would you call Joe's mom and find out?" Yeah, and it was extra work for sure, but near as I could see and hear, it was a commitment to figuring out how this is impacting students and families.
Okay. I think we can go ahead and go on, please. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll turn it back over to Mr. Etchart.
Okay, I'm going to jump around here a little bit, so forgive me. But I know that we've all received a lot of questions on kind of where we are going with this, and so I wanted to spend a few minutes on some of the options that are being considered in transportation for your consideration. So part of the implementation of the area rotation plan was a need to get our planning and routing staff back in the office so we could start doing some of this work on what the future looks like, because they were spending all day in a bus, and it was really hard to get a lot of this information available. So as we go forward, as I've said many times, there's no handbook for us to go to when we look at this. This is having to be developed by our staff. So some of these options I think are pretty much common sense. Some of these are definitely more controversial and would require a lot of significant discussion and public input if they were to be implemented. And I think there's a lot of level of service trade-offs with some of these options. So I want to spend just a few minutes kind of going through these. So first of all, routing optimization. I think this is on kind of the no-brainer side, but this is utilizing a consultant to run multiple iterations with a multitude of variables of looking at what our transportation could look like. So we have a contract that we are preparing with a consultant that's underway, and we're hoping to have that to you at the next board meeting for your consideration. And right now, the Transportation Department is trying to get that information put together to provide to that consultant in a format that they can use. And we have some pretty old software, so Scott and his team are doing a lot of iterations of getting that information available to them. The second one, middle school and high school hub system. This is really looking at our hubs with a clean sheet of paper. When they developed these hubs on the fly, it was kind of like a lot of quick work on weekends and nights to get those hubs put together. But now we're kind of looking at them with a clean sheet of paper. So the staff is going to say, can we reduce the number of buses we have at one hub location? Can we make those hubs as efficient as possible? The third one is elementary school reduction in stops. That's a goal to see if we can reduce the stops that a driver makes so that possibly he could pick up another, say, elementary school in the morning when he's doing his routes that save drivers. It's also looking at the walk distances that our students walk to the bus stop. Now, traditionally, we've tried to have that be like half of the normal walk zone distance. So for like elementary school, it'd be like 0.62 miles. But we have had to unfortunately stretch some of those distances with our recent shortage of drivers. Combo positions. A team of people led by the HR department, Human Resources Department, has been working on this. This is difficult. But we definitely want to try to continue with this, because what we'd like to have is if a driver wants to drive in the morning and then serve lunch, or let's say one that wants to go in and do work nutrition services, do the lunch hour, and then drive in the afternoon, that we would have options available for them. I mean, right now we currently have school aides that also work as transportation aides. So we do a little bit of this. We're also going to be sending information out, if it hasn't already gone out, to all of our staff saying, if you're interested in driving a bus and want to take the CDL classes this summer, so you'd be prepared to be able to do that, we're going to get that information to them so they'd be able to sign up for a class this summer. Scheduled double runs. We utilize double runs, as I indicated earlier, this year, first by necessity, then by actually scheduling them. But this is one that we could also utilize possibly in the future, especially if we could utilize it to get off of the area rotation schedule. So we're just looking at the options for that. The weighted area rotation plan. I know this one's on the more controversial side. It has been since we've had to implement it. But you can see from the albeit small sample size of information that was just presented to you that it has not equally impacted all of our schools. As is often said, equality doesn't guarantee equity or equal outcomes. And so I think if, God forbid, we need to utilize this rotation calendar during the next school year, it could potentially be weighted to focus transportation toward those schools with the largest attendance and hardship data and impacts. Bell time changes. At this time, we are looking at minor changes to the individual elementary school times, utilizing the current 9 o'clock and 9:30 a.m. start times. However, we are looking at what a larger bell time change could look like. That level of change could be utilizing high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, looking at their start times and even the order in which they start. And I know we've looked at this before, and it's always been mostly on student sleep schedules, etc. But this one would be just strictly on what does it look like if we focus this analysis primarily just on potential driver savings. So I think it's at least good information for this board to have. Walk zone changes, again, controversial side, but while again not something we want to do, we want to look at the impact of the option of again increasing the walk zone distance. And I think this would again be kind of, could you do this to get off the rotation schedule? Those kinds of tough level of service decisions that we would possibly could have to make. And last but certainly not least, compensation, which we'll be discussing in more detail here with Emily Ellison and Mark Mathers in just a little bit.
We have a question right there, Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. For current employees that are interested in taking on the duties as of running buses, would that training and their time be compensated?
Yes, we pay for anybody who comes in who wants to learn how to be a bus driver. We pay for their CDL training. Okay. I would expect so. I don't want to, hopefully I'm not overstepping too much, but if somebody wants to come in the summertime, they would be paid to be learned how to get their CDL. I'm going to pass that off to Emily. Looks like she's coming up to answer that.
Thank you.
She is. You're on.
There's something wrong with your mic. Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer, for the record. So that's a great question. We put out some information in Kristen's Monday message last week, and we have gotten a fairly tremendous response so far. What we're trying to do is look at where the response is coming from, because we have so many different employee types. We need to work out a procedure document and agreements with probably each association, depending on which employees are interested. So, not just the training time, but once the regular school year is in effect, and then they end up using their CDL, like how would they be compensated for that? So, still some details to work out, but absolutely that's the intention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Church.
Some great think outside the box innovative ideas, and you were extremely, Mr. Etchart, diplomatic in talking about the bell schedule, because if you want to see a pit bull with lipstick, we just mess with the bell schedule and we hear the feedback, to quote a famous politician. On the consultant, what would they be looking at? My idea would be to, this is just personally, a consultant that looked at anything and everything in terms of recruiting and retention, not on the bell schedule. But what are your thoughts?
I'm going to pass that off to our Transportation Director, Mr. Scott Lee.
Scott Lee, Director of Transportation. So in reference to this particular consulting agency, they're looking at routing optimization. So they're not looking at recruiting drivers. They're not hiring anything like that. They're taking our raw route data and running that through an algorithm that was developed by MIT to optimize the routing. Because as good as we are, and we've been doing this for years, we are not supercomputers. And there's going to be savings in that.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Other questions, comments on that piece? No? We'll keep moving on.
Okay, again, I just want to kind of talk a little bit about service level changes. And again, we have 303 driver allocations and currently have 216 drivers. So we need 130 drivers, as I said earlier, for the mandated programs, and we require approximately another 130 drivers to operate the general education hub system on a daily basis with no rotation calendar and also not having to rely on our office staff driving twice a day. So therefore, we need a total of 260 drivers or approximately additional 44 drivers to operate the hub system daily, no rotation schedule. So our Chief Human Resource Officer, Emily Ellison, and Mark Mathers, our CFO, are going to be up here in a little bit talking about funding considerations. But while we are discussing transportation, I wanted to talk a little bit about the current level of service and a potential change that would provide a reduction in our driver allocations and could be a part of the fiscal equation. I want to stress that this potential change would only impact the number of currently vacant positions. Vacant positions. So that being said,
microphone.
We are not eliminating bus driver positions. These are vacant positions. And I asked Pete, and he did a great job, but I just want to put it on the record again. We are not eliminating current bus driver positions. These are vacant. Nobody is in these positions.
Are we eliminating any bus drivers? Never.
That was good. That was good.
With that, if we were to set the level of service for the district for the next school year, utilizing the middle school and high school hub system, if I can say it, we could reduce the number of driver allocations to approximately 260, which would mean that we could eliminate 43 vacant driver positions. And just so you know, in talking with transportation staff, the last time we were fully allocated with drivers was during the recession in approximately 2008, 2009. So it has always been a struggle. I can tell you from the day I've been here 9 years, it's always been difficult to get drivers to full allocation, but we've always been able to get through. This year, obviously, everything was out the window, though.
Mr. Etchert, let me ask, and again, I'm going to just concur with great, thank you for the outside the box, so to speak. You just the creative thinking around how do we solve this problem, or at least get to where we can, get every kid to school. I mean, to me, solving the problem is how do we get every kid to school. That relies upon our transportation. So in this, then, because I know we're going to be talking about some driver compensation. We know that's upcoming. If, for an example, as I know we're 87 drivers short, but if it's a year or two from now, whatever the case may be, and then things begin to shift and we're able to fill our positions better and so on, if we say, okay, hey, let's go to this hub solution system every day because it gets everyone to school, but we get back into a position where, okay, maybe we can get back to a non-hub, does that take that off the table? I mean, are we in the hub system, to eternity?
Well, I think what you'll see, again, Pete Etch, our Chief Operating Officer, I think what you'll see in the recommendation is right now we're talking about this for the next school year. So
this is the next school year's.
We don't know what the future is. And
right.
Obviously, I don't want to get too far ahead of Emily and Mark in the discussion later. But at the same time, I mean, the future has to be on additional funding. Mm-hmm. So, yes, right now we would be taking those positions off our allocations, and they wouldn't be coming back unless we had additional funding to put them back.
Okay, so really this would be the way we do business, so to speak, not necessarily because we can or cannot hire the people. And I still know there's still some shortages in there, right? 87, and then if you take 43 off, we still need 30 something, right? 34, 44. Yes, thank you, 44. Anyway, so there's still some potential there, right? Some opportunities, right, for Ms. Ellison and her staff. But it really would be, this is the way we're going to really have to do business until we can fund this better. Okay. I hear you. Okay. Thank you for that. Oh, please, let's go ahead then.
So talking about compensation, I want to dive into that. So our current starting driver salary is $14.53 an hour. We currently have a $2,000 new hire and retention incentive, and we have a $1,000 referral incentive. Now, the driver schedules are typically less than 8 hours a day. They're guaranteed 5.5 hours a day. Most are in the 6.5 hour a day range. They have a split shift. Typically, that's about 3 to 3.5 hours in between the morning AM runs and the afternoon PM runs. Most of our positions are not year-round. They're 180 days a year. Now, we put on here some comparables. You can look at some of these other agencies and what they're paying. You can see we're close with, we're in the range with the other school districts, but that doesn't help us solve our problem. You can see what some of the other agencies are paying. The one that I know we get most often compared to is the Regional Transportation Commission, and I want to talk about that one just a little bit. We know they just had a series of strikes. We know all the things that happened. They raised their starting pay in 1995. So you can look at that and say, well, we're $5.40 behind where the RTC is right now. But that doesn't tell the full picture, and I really want this board to understand the full picture when we look at this. Based on the negotiated wage increases that the RTC has in place, they have a 5.5%, 4.7%, and 4.0% wage increase over the next 3 years. So currently, a driver who's been driving for 4 years, has 4 years experience, is making $25.22 an hour. With these negotiated increases, they would be up to $28.97 an hour. To put that in perspective, our driver right now, after about 4 years experience, would be making somewhere in that $16.50 range. So when you look at the difference right now of, $5.40, that becomes over $12 in 4 years. And so that's part of the equation that I just wanted you to be aware of. So all of these are different, and as I go through the compensations with all of the departments, there's a lot of variation and a lot of between different agencies and different groups. So is there any questions anybody has on transportation, or I'll keep going?
We have one more. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. So for the drivers, knowing that they work 180 days a year, is there any opportunity to offer them employment in other roles over the summer for drivers that may want more year-round compensation for work?
Yes, I believe there is. We do have some on-call drivers, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Lee, but these drivers are employed throughout the year. They do a lot of work on the buses. They paint the curbs red, at the schools. They do a lot of that kind of work during the summer season. Sometimes the on-call drivers like that because they have year-round work. Others don't want that. Every driver's different. Mm-hmm. I think one of the things you see, especially with the special education drivers, is we have a lot of retirees. They want to work, the 5.5 hours a day. They want to get their insurance benefits, but they're not really big into the overtime. They really don't want to work those extra hours. So I think everybody's a little bit different. I know with the on-call drivers, it's not always the easiest of jobs because when it's on-call means, well, I'm driving this route today and next week I may be driving that route, and that's a little bit more difficult. So that's what comes with the full-time year-round work right now. But as far as we have definitely discussed, could these drivers, work like in facilities in the summertime, helping with, a lot of the work that we get done when students aren't there. So I think there's a multitude of options that I know I've talked to Emily about and Scott. Scott, do you want to add anything to that?
Not really. I believe you covered all of it. We also do have summer school going on as well, so they'll actually be driving buses during the summer as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've talked about that before, keeping the employee happy. If they're retired and they just want to work the split shift, that's great for them, and that's the advantage over working for City Fair or RTC or one of the others. And ours are Monday through Friday. They might have to work weekends, nights. Our students generally don't get drunk and throw up in the bus like the City Fair. There's always just trade-offs that are hard to compare apples and oranges. We have job security. We don't generally lay people off or, anything like that as opposed to the Alhambra driver or whatever. Am I correct that we offer a medical package, various other employee benefits, and PERS, retirement?
Yes, that's correct. Our bus drivers are eligible for benefits and vacation accruals and sick leave accruals.
So we do offer a big package. When you look at the big package, there's a lot of selling points, but I definitely agree with Trustee Smith on if they want to work more, if they don't want to work more, we need to actually act quickly and accommodate them.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Please just go ahead. Mr.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears right now and go to custodial and housekeeping. So in housekeeping, we have a total of 496 allocations, of which about 2/3 have the word custodian in their title. So we'll say 2/3 are custodians. The remaining positions are predominantly the site facility coordinators, groundskeepers, and our supervisors. In total, right now, we have approximately 59 vacancies. This number has gone up this year, but obviously not as drastically as transportation. Like every department, our staffing shortages were definitely exacerbated, by the exclusions we had during the year. In January, we were having about 80 to 90 requests for custodians from the schools on a daily basis, and we're only able to really fill a small fraction of those. Last week, we were in the 60s to 70s range for vacancy requests. In regards to compensation comparisons, you can see generally where we stand with the other agencies. We're definitely a little behind. And I put on there also a couple of the local janitorial services, which you see, Olympus and Sydney, and kind of where we stand with them. And again, it's always apples and oranges, as you said, Trustee Church. I mean, every position is a little different. Everybody has their own requirements, but I just wanted to kind of give you at least that comparison. When it comes to potential level of service, the priority in housekeeping is in the district's daily process cleaning for health program that I know we've talked to you about before, that was developed in consultation with the Washoe County Health District. This includes trash removal, disinfection of high-touch areas, restroom cleaning and disinfection, and vacuuming. Due to the shortages we've had this year, housekeeping has needed to reduce the vacuuming to approximately once per week. Once per week from once per day. We used to do it once per day, now it's down to once per week. And that's not really saying that only one day a week they're vacuuming. They're usually doing like 1/5 of the school every day. They're not doing the entire school. So similar to transportation, if we were to set the 22-23 school year level of service for vacuuming to the schools at once per week, we could potentially reduce the number of custodial allocations by approximately 50. Again, this would only be in vacant positions. And I want to stress, this will be felt by the schools. Those custodians report to the principal. The principal is the one that's going to be hearing about this, and we know they will. They have. They've been hearing it this year. And this is complicated because facilities are going to have to look at all the allocations of how many custodians per square foot and how they go to different schools. And it's really complicated because it really it ties into where do these custodians live? How close are they to that school? How much is gas? How much is the cost of living? We're seeing more and more of our employees leaving the area and having to commute further, and that's obviously compounded right now with the high cost of gasoline. All of these things factor in. Any questions on custodial housekeeping before I, again, switch gears?
I think so. Please go right ahead.
Okay.
I don't think
so. Nutrition services. We have 390 allocations. Right now we have about 86 vacancies. It's actually down a little bit from the start of school, so that's good. But obviously it's still an incredibly high rate. Our current Washoe County School District starting salary is $12.46 an hour, and we do have the $1,000 new hire and retention incentive and $500 referral incentive. Now, I didn't include a comparison table. I think all of you have driven around the valley enough to see and all the help wanted signs or been in enough restaurants or fast food drive-throughs. There's a lot of variation in pay. I mean, somewhere in that $8 to $15 range is kind of what we're seeing. It's a lot of competition out there for restaurant workers. We know that. Everyone is dealing with labor shortages. Some are reducing their hours. Some restaurants are closed. Usually don't show up to a restaurant anymore until you call and make sure they're still open. But we don't really have that luxury. Obviously, we need to feed our students. I took this picture when I was going through a drive-through last week. So, I mean, this is kind of where we are right now. When it comes to potential level of service changes, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknowns right now. We know that the continuation of the universal free was not in the federal omnibus appropriations bill that was presented in March. I'm incredibly disappointed in that. There's been a lot of chatter about what that means for us going forward. Governor Sisolak in his State of the State address said that he is going to use federal funds that all students are going to eat for free next year. But we have not, unfortunately, heard any details on that yet. So I hope to hear details on that, and we'll let you know what that means for us. But right now, again, there's a lot of uncertainties. So going into next year, we will utilize reduced service levels as necessary. As with other departments, the staffing shortages come with a cost. In nutrition services, that predominantly means we have kind of reduced creativity in menu offerings. And I think what really impacts students the most, longer lines, which means that some students will decide not to wait. For instance, at North Valleys High School, if we were fully staffed, including the manager, we could have 8 lines open. Right now, we can only have 4 lines open on a daily basis. So that's really the impacts we're seeing. I also need to mention that if universal free meals does end, it's going to put more of a burden on our staff and on many parents. It has been a couple of years since we've had to do those applications, and I know it's not going to be a real smooth process starting that over again and saying now you've got to fill them out. It also brings back, unfortunately, one of our least favorite subjects, which is the school lunch debt. And it also adds, more work to our school staff because we have point of sale, and now you're back to free, reduced, and paid meals. Again, this change is extremely disappointing, and I think especially in this time of critical labor shortages, this is the last thing we kind of need, but this is what we're facing. So I'm now going to turn this over once again to our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison.
Thank you, Pete. Emily Ellison, for the record. I'm going to cover some information on special education aids and assistance on behalf of the Office of School Leadership, but we've been working closely in collaboration with Jen Van Truss and her team in special education to look at the needs in this area. You'll see the stats depicted on the slide, 635 allocations. As of last Friday, we had 191 vacancies. These are our aids and assistants supporting our special education classrooms. I've provided some compensation data to the right there. I think when people think about these positions, they likely default to thinking about child care, personal care aides, home health providers, entry-level patient care. Those tend to be the same types of skill sets or experience requirements. But there are certainly many, many other industries that are competing for this same entry-level workforce that are not captured on this slide. There are 500 plus related positions just to those job categories that I talked about on Indeed. And you'll see some stats on unemployment there. In February of 2022, Washoe County had a 2.8% unemployment rate, or in real terms, that meant 7,100 people. So I looked at our job board to see how many jobs we had open on Friday, and between just ESP and APTA, our pro-tech positions, we had 277 vacancies, which represents, we need 4% of that 7,100 people to come work for us. So now think about 7,100 people and start to apply kind of our filters and our criteria. So it's not really 7,100 people that are available to us. We need, folks to be qualified. We need folks to be able to pass a background check, and the pool just dwindles from there. So I just felt like that was an important statistic that really underscores the nature of the challenge that we're experiencing here. As we look to special education aids and assistance, I wouldn't call this a service level change like we're doing in some of the other areas. These conversations actually started last year as we were working with principals to understand what our special education classrooms look like in practice, and what is the experience of our employees. So for example, we have a distinction between classroom aides and classroom assistants, and one is more instructional in nature, assistants are more instructional, but in practice often, because of the needs of students, there's either a lot of overlap or kind of interchange happening, or you have classrooms that are really trying very hard to follow those guidelines and not have people working outside of class, and then you don't have the type of flexibility in the classroom that you need from a staffing perspective. So some of the changes that we're looking at are really more adoption of new staffing guidelines to create some consistency between levels, so elementary, middle, and high school in terms of how our programs are staffed, and also to take some of our, I call them our smaller jobs, right? They're like 27-hour positions that are triggered based on additional enrollment, but to combine those positions to create bigger positions that have more hours and then are, of course, benefits eligible. So, like I said, it's an effort to create some consistency between levels and between classrooms, and then also to create some flexibility in classrooms and to streamline things for our employees, right, who often aren't really sure what the distinction is between those two roles. So, any questions I can answer about special education?
Dr. Dye?
Just out of curiosity, typically, do you find you're able to hire more aides or more assistants?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't want to guess. I'd rather get you some definitive data, but I think that just by virtue of the mix of programs and one-to-one adult support for specific students, it's probably aid heavy versus assistant, because there's that one-to-one component in there. So for the benefit of the board, an individualized education plan, an IEP, it can be put together for a special education student, and there are times when additional adult support is indicated for severely impacted students, for example. And so those positions tend to be aid positions, and because there's more of those than programs, I think that's probably why we would have more aid hires.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Mayberry and then Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Taylor. Emily, the current salary, starting salary, $10.72, is that for aides or assistants or both?
So 1072 is the entry-level position, and there are, hang on, I got to get my cheat sheet here because there are 3 or 4 variations of this. So the teacher aide 1 is at 1072. That's a grade 14. And then there are also some requirements if you are a teacher aide or assistant at a Title I school. Okay. Employees have to be highly qualified, so they have to pass a praxis exam or possess a certain number of credits, college credits, and then the positions go up from there. So a teacher aide 1 is not at a highly qualified school. A teacher aide 3 is the designation for where you need highly qualified. So anyway, sorry.
I get it.
How's that compared to? How does that compare to? If I may just follow up on that, how's that compared to assistants? That was for aides.
Yes. Assistance is not that much higher. It's a grade 18, and while we're talking, I'll look up what that amount is for you. I don't want to guess. I'll look at salary schedule.
Thank you.
So at what point do they get benefits? It is over 25 hours a week?
It's over 27.5 hours.
Okay. Yeah, you have 30% vacancies. Yeah, I mean, this goes to the heart of so much of what we've talked about today in terms of class size, in terms of teachers that are having to cover other classes.
Yeah, taking care of teachers. And
this is really near and dear to me, and it's just critically important that we address this.
Absolutely.
But thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. And then we know you're going to get some data just so we know what that is. And then we'll go to Trustee Rodriguez in the meantime.
Thank you, Madam President. To try to be more competitive, especially with aides, I mean, with all these careers, but I know we have like a 10-year step, right, until you can top out the highest pay grade, correct? Especially something like this career right here, less than $11 an hour. I mean, can we look at bringing people on at a higher step? I mean, I don't say whether or not they meet a qualification, but at least to be more competitive, come on as a step 3 and at least be making maybe $13 an hour.
So Emily Ellison for the record, we do have a mechanism called the advanced step placement process for employees that come to us with experience. And the current policy is that we'll honor up to 5 years of experience. Mark and I and Jeff and some of my folks have been working on analyzing what the impacts would be of changing that so that maybe we could grant 7 years of experience or something like that. But I think you bring up another point that's important, and I think, Pete started to touch on this a minute ago when he was talking talking about the RTC wages, we do have wide salary ranges. There was a salary study done a number of years ago that made that recommendation. This is the first public agency that I've worked for, but I understand from my colleagues in business that it's not the norm. And so the compression issues that we're seeing are absolutely a function of that, because RTC is going up 5% in a year and we go up 2.85 because our salary schedules are so stretched out. So that is certainly a consideration and something that needs to be discussed, but of course is a mandatory subject of bargaining.
And please correct me if I'm getting out in front, and I may be, because obviously we have a slide, so we've all looked at them already. But in this, and I know so much of this has to do with the conversations with the associations, and I understand the role, and that's important. Will there be a point where we talk about those kinds of things from a board standpoint? I know right now we're talking about service levels, which condenses some things and probably creates some dollars, if you will. And then so at some point, is there going to be a point for us to have a conversation about addressing some of these areas of concern when we're clearly well below market?
So yes and no. Because this is a mandatory subject of bargaining, I can't negotiate with you guys. We have to negotiate with the associations. But I am going to spend some time in just a moment sharing with you some of the considerations or concerns that come to mind for me as we're talking about these like larger compensation concepts or changes.
Okay, I look forward to that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, of course, just for the benefit of the board, when we are in active negotiations, we have the opportunity to meet with you all in closed session per statute in order to devise our our bargaining strategy.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Trustee Church.
I have a few questions. Is now the right time, kind of, to sum it up?
I think we have a few more slides before we get to the end.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Write them down so you don't forget. Okay.
Okay.
Just turn your light on. I'll get you.
All right, so this is the slide. I'm sure the number one question that you get is the same question that I get from everyone, and that is, why don't you just pay them more? And I always say, what? I haven't thought of that. Just joking. Trying to bring a little lightness to the serious topic. Problem number one is inadequate funding. And Pete's talked about it. I'm going to talk about it. Mark's going to talk about it. The best data point that I can think of to point to is our funding next year is increasing 1.3%, and our step increases that we just talked about cost 2.85%. So it's been a very long time since we've been funded in such a way that we weren't at a deficit against our collective bargaining agreements. So that's a huge problem, right? We can't increase that deficit. Unsustainability of funding is another huge concern. I get a lot of questions about why we don't look to our ESSERS funding in order to provide additional compensation. We all know that funding ends in 2024, and then what? Kristen's going to be retired, but I'm still going to be here, hopefully.
That's the proverbial financial cliff that we've talked about over the months for that.
Exactly. And what does that look like when the money goes away? And what does that do to our workforce and the morale? I worry a lot about the severity of labor market pressures and the size of the wage gap. So what will move the needle? Right? Those are questions that keep me up at night. Do we inadvertently create a wage war? RTC has already inquired what we're planning to do in terms of adjustments, so what we settled our contracts for and if we're going to make any other changes. And they've given pretty strong indications that they are not going to be matched or beat by us. So,
well, they probably benefited from some of our drivers making this is what they're getting. I can go over there and get 20. I'm sure they've been the beneficiary.
I'm sure.
And then if it roles reverse, then they don't want us to be the beneficiary.
Yeah.
They can also pass the cost on to their customers. Right. We can't.
Exactly. Right. We don't have the mechanism to generate the revenue. Mm-hmm. Which is why we can't get into war, because we can't keep up.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Classification system erosion and salary compression. I know these are really kind of HR technical terms, but if you think about our salary schedule and how the grades, stack on each other, that the grades increase with the increased complexity of the position. And so I worry about the notion of plucking one particular job classification out and plopping it down on the salary schedule somewhere else, because then you can create a compression issue where you've got one position that requires X level of experience and training and certification, and then another that requires much less, but they're making the same compensation. So erosion of that system is a huge concern to me. And then within departments, you experience salary compression as well. So we think about bus drivers and we want to increase, theoretically we want to increase their pay in order to fill more positions. But what about the leads and the supervisors and the mechanics and the dispatchers and all of that? And how does it affect them and their position grade? We've talked a lot about labor negotiations. We are closed with 4 of our 5 bargaining units right now, and so every unit has a different process for reopening. Our associations are wonderful partners, and so, of course, I'm sure they'd be very understanding and have been very understanding as we've talked through some of these concepts with them. But, labor negotiations are, they're not easy. They take a toll on district staff, they take a toll on association representatives, and they certainly take time. And so that's definitely a factor that I think about a lot. I also think about how it puts the association in a difficult position. If we're just talking about isolated compensation increases for particular job classifications, they represent everyone, not just those job classifications. And so how do we deal with this issue, but also help them to manage some of the concerns and frustrations that they're rightly going to see? And same for the other associations, right? All of our employees are working very, very hard and have been working very, very hard for the last 2 years. And so I worry about morale and the potential impacts that an isolated compensation change might have. So all of those things are true, but then also it's true that there are thousands of kids not getting to school, right? Shortages in one area are felt in every area. If kids aren't getting to school, teachers have to do additional work to help get instructional materials to them. If kids aren't eating, they're not paying attention in classrooms, right? We know everything in this system is interconnected. And so if we can solve, so to speak, a problem in one of these major areas, even if we're not increasing compensation in other areas, it stands to solve a lot of other problems, right, and help lessen the load for other people. And we know that more staff in buildings is just a good thing. More adult humans in buildings is a good thing for children. So with all of that in mind, we've developed a concept for compensation adjustment that attempts to mitigate some of these concerns, and we'd like to review the concept with you and of course, take it to WES if you so choose. We've had some preliminary conversations with them because, again, this is a mandatory subject of collective bargaining, and we don't want to surprise them or have them hear this for the first time when we're delivering this information to all of you. One of the decisions that the board will be asked to consider tonight is whether or not we should engage in negotiations to make a compensation adjustment for the big 4: special education aides and assistants, housekeeping, nutrition services, and transportation. We're sharing this potential framework with you today, even though this is something that still needs to be negotiated, because I think as we get to the motions and the recommendations, I wanted to paint kind of a complete picture for you of all of the factors that we're trying to consider alongside with some potential solutions, so that you can really weigh all of the options and weigh all of the variables. It's, again, conceptual. I've italicized it there. That's important because of, bargaining. It's kind of like the vacancies. We just keep saying it. It has to be bargained. And the idea here is to use a variety of quantitative and qualitative factors in order to identify positions that would be considered critically short. So looking at the size of the department, for example, looking at the vacancy rate, looking at the turnover history, looking at what percentage our wage is as compared to market wage. Bless you. whether or not it's designated critical needs with PERS, and then of course whether or not it's directly student servicing or some of the factors that we've been able to come up with so far. And then there are sort of the qualitative impacts that we consider. I think the slides that Kyle and Joe covered with respect to attendance, right? That's another substantial factor that should be taken into whether something meets this critical shortage definition. And so what we hope to do is, to work with WESP, if you all wish us to do so, to work with WESP to finalize what that framework would look like, what the variables would be, and then use that data to have a formula-driven compensation change. So trying to, again, use the market data and what percentage of market our wage is in order to then approach how much an increase or a compensation, how much of a compensation adjustment would occur. We talked about at length the different service level and support staff position allocation changes that would be necessary in order to create a sustainable funding source for these changes. And Mark is going to cover that in more detail, cover the funding in more detail.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was waiting. I was looking at. Come on, like waiting for Mark. Okay, sorry. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. So, are we only focusing on West careers right now, or?
At the moment. So part of what we did as we were developing this framework was look at departments that had greater than 10, or not departments, sorry, look at positions that had greater than 10 people and a vacancy rate of greater than 10%. So we started there, and then we started plugging in the different factors, and it really kind of became evident to us early on that the primary focus and the most acute need was in these 4 areas and within WESP.
Okay, so is our police department not meeting that criteria as far as vacancies and stuff?
So they certainly meet the criteria in terms of the size of the department, but then the thresholds that would be utilized would obviously have to be negotiated with each bargaining unit in order to determine whether or not we would move forward. So they didn't rise to the initial evaluation of positions that we wanted to bring to you all for consideration tonight. But if there was a time when we were going to use the critical shortage framework with other associations, then we would be negotiating the specifics with each association.
Okay, and are they getting the recruitment advertisement as like these other positions at least, or?
So police is a little bit different in that right now we don't hire recruits. We are looking for lateral transfers and folks that are post-certified.
Post-certified, right?
Yeah. So, in terms of spending money on a billboard, for example, it's really not a good use of recruiting resources because of the cost and the chances of getting to our target audience. So Chief Trevino and I have been working closely in terms of how we get to the laterals, but I don't think that the same advertising approach is what we would take with school police. The other thing that we have to... The other thing that I think is important to keep front of mind is that these changes are being made in conjunction with allocation changes.
Salary savings.
Exactly. So that's another consideration. There might be departments where there are vacancies, but functionally you can't delete the vacancies in order to make that change.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Okay, please, Mr. Mather.
So we know this is a critical, dire situation. We know we need to do something, and that's why we're here before you tonight. But I wanted to start when we talk about funding with kind of who bears responsibility for that. And the responsibility for determining our ability to fund salaries and benefits and wage increases is clearly at the state. As you've heard, and we'll talk about in the virtual budget forums again, almost 99% of our general fund funding comes from the state. So we get what we get, and we have to make do with that by and large. And so we've talked about this before, but in fiscal year 23, our per pupil funding is going up all of 1.3%. which we've heard loud and clear from our associations is not nearly enough to cover inflation, whether it's gasoline prices, food prices, whatever it is. It exceeds 1.3%. So, to be fair to the state, part of the reason for that shortfall is kind of the clunkiness of the state's 2-year budget process. The governor was confined to the Economic Forum's forecasts of revenues in preparing his budget, and at the time, the expectation was revenues were going to maybe mildly grow or moderately grow, when in fact they've grown higher than that. I guess, we'll talk about in the virtual budget forum how the state chooses to spend its resources, and you could critique that. But part of it is the budget process of the state just isn't fast enough to keep up with, rapidly evolving situations like inflation. So based on the lack of funding we are receiving from the state for fiscal year 23, how do we fund these additional costs to raise compensation, at least in these critical areas? And you've heard a large method for us to be able to do that, and that is decreasing service levels. And this would be the new normal. To answer your prior question, this is where we would be, at least for the time being. Mm-hmm. Now, part of it's not just driven to generate savings to cover compensation increases, although it works out that way. Part of it's just a reflection of where we've been able to hire. How many positions have we been able to fill for some time? And so kind of the concept that you've heard is if we can never, or not in the recent past, find 303 bus drivers, why do we continue to budget at 303 bus drivers? Let's budget it where we realistically think we can fill, which is 260. And even that is a high hurdle.
I'm sorry, just to interrupt you, Mr. Mather, part of it also is what level of service we'll be able to provide, not just if we can hire the people,
yes,
right, which is certainly a challenge, but we haven't been able to provide the service beyond, just say this year, the bus hubs, yep, and have found a way to do the bus hubs and provide an adequate level of service, not the kind of service we want. We like it was, all the neighborhood stops and so on. I mean, that's ideal, but we haven't been able to do, and there's no in the foreseeable future. So it's also about, that's great, but we haven't been able to provide that level of service either.
That's right. It's a reflection of current realities and resetting the budget at those current realities. And a byproduct of that or cost savings that, again, can be redeployed for higher compensation. So that's the concept that we've been talking about during budget season for quite some time. Here we are now with that proposal to you. It's not ideal by any stretch. And really what we need to do is go to the state in the 2023 session and talk about what we've had to do faced with the lack of funding and why we need more funding to raise compensation for our employees and get back to adequate staffing levels. So as at the Commission on School Funding, we talk about funding an adequate level of support and an optimal level of support. Well, the adequate level of support, the cost of that just shot through the roof, right? Mm-hmm. Based on inflation and just, again, the wage gap that we have here in the district. So the conversation is, what do you want your school district to look like? Do you want your kids to get to school? Well, then you have to pay for it. And that's what we're seeing. So I think ultimately it all depends on state funding in the long term. But we're doing the best we can to carve out money to address this critical situation. So we're looking at service level reductions. We also have identified a number of savings elsewhere in the fiscal year, in the budget, which we'll bring to you in 2 weeks. So we have identified additional savings that will help us hopefully cover these costs, and then there's other sources of revenues we can look to too. And then certainly there are certain recommendations here, like the one-time route optimization study you heard about, mm-hmm, that are one-time costs that we can fund this fiscal year and by moving contingency dollars or doing other budget adjustments with the savings we're seeing. And so that has been done.
Okay.
However, we don't know the total cost yet. That depends, again, on collective bargaining with our associations. And so that's a little bit of an unknown at this point. So we'll see how that goes. One thing Emily did mention is ESSER funding. I know that's tempting to try to use. And we have used it for, again, one-time incentives, referral bonuses, retention bonuses, and so forth. But what we don't want to get into a situation is depending on that funding, and then in 2024 having to take it away from employees. So great, we use it to say increase somebody's base salary by $500 a month for another year or two, and then we have to take that $500 a month when ESSER funding goes away. That won't go over well.
No.
So we really can't rely on that to increase base pay, which is what employees need to see on their paycheck to afford rent, to afford a mortgage or whatever. Incentive pay is great, but it doesn't accomplish that for an employee. We also know there are various trends we've talked about a lot that make it challenging in the long term to find sustainable funding for compensation increases that are desperately needed. So again, the long-term solution is we need increased funding from the state to cover the areas we've talked about today, but also many other positions that we know are underfunded as well, but not in that, may not meet the criteria Emily talked about. So I kind of giving you a mixed message here maybe a little bit. I think this is doable at this point in the budget. But again, that's going to depend on collective bargaining, but I don't want to leave you without hope. I think, we can manage our way through this, I think. But again, there's lots of dominoes that need to fall. But ultimately, we've got to have an improved situation from a funding standpoint to be able to, on a long-term basis, help our employees get the wages they need to be competitive with other employers in Washoe County and to, long-term address this problem versus, right now we're in a short-term frame of mind. That's where we need to be. But we need to get to ultimately long-term solutions, and that will depend on state funding. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it back over for kind of recommendations.
Kristen, Superintendent McNeil, I'm not sure if you want to take these, but basically this first page of superintendent recommendations are basically what you kind of heard from mostly from me tonight. The first one is for the Board of Trustees to accept the level of service in transportation for what we talked about, that for the next school year it would be a 5-day-a-week hub system is what we're aiming for. And through the conversation we heard tonight, I think Emily said the words, we don't know what's going to move the needle. We're going to do everything we can to get back to that 5-day-a-week hub system. That's where we want to be. As just said, I would love to get back to the neighborhood stops, but I don't see that being realistic. But, getting back to that 5-day-a-week hub system is our goal. So this is asking for your acceptance of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Etchart. Let's do this. Do we have any public comment on this before we begin to?
The board received an email from Deanne Radcliffe.
Okay, thank you. Let's begin. Any further questions on this? I see your light, so I got you. Any further questions on this, just as a whole, and then we get right down to these motions to start checking things off. Do you have another? Oh, you have a response?
Thank you for indulging me while I was looking at my phone. I promise I wasn't looking at Facebook or anything. So the range for special education aides and assistants is $10.72 to $14.53 an hour for starting.
Okay.
Aides to assistants. So the teacher assistants make $14.53. Start at $14.53.
And the aides are on the $10.72.
$10.72.
Okay. Okay, Trustee Church?
Probably now is a good time before we get into the superintendent recommendations.
Yeah, this is our general conversation, deliberation now. Yes, sir.
So before we get into that, I want a few comments. I taught recruiting and retention nationwide for a number of years, mostly for law enforcement, but including school district, and not here. And I'm not trying to sell my business to anybody. Don't come hire me because this is my full-time job. Just stating that as my background. As we talked about, sometimes the government is not flexible. I taught, like I said, a lot of police recruiting, 40 hours a week. This is how it is. And then one agency I spoke to, they got smart and they started hiring part-time cops to supplement their real cops. Because a lot of times there's cops that, I'll go work on the weekend at this other agency. That's fun. So what we talked about earlier, thinking outside the box, anything innovative. And that what I think I've heard is we just talked about, say, the bus drivers and giving them the option. Some of them like working part-time, some of them want more time, but I haven't heard you tell me we're going to do that. I'm hoping that are we, or?
Yeah, Trustee Church, great question. Emily Ellison for the record. When Pete talked about the combo positions, those are those sorts of ideas. So can we pair up a route in the morning with nutrition services shift? Can we, plug on-call drivers into other roles? Mm-hmm. Can we spread the work through the summer? Absolutely. It's all of those types of adjusting of our allocations, if you will.
Right, they could be a janitor, but it's not happening yet, correct?
Oh, no, we do have people that are working in combo positions.
Okay.
Actually, one of our association presidents has a full-time job in capital projects, and then she is a custodian in the evenings. Okay. So, yes, we've made some progress in that area.
And then I think that our transportation department has ultra flexibility right now. If someone wants to work part-time, they want to do one route, I think we do have some employees that are working just mornings or afternoons. So, I mean, that's definitely doable right now. We will take anybody who has any different types of ideas on that. Like I said, I think I said with special ed, a lot of them want to work 5.5 hours because that's the minimum to get to 27.5 hours so they can keep their benefits.
And I see.
Scott Lee.
Mr. Lee, yeah.
We do, we are currently working with them. We offer all of those things. We have, it is a little bit of a confusing name, but we do have our part-time on-call drivers, and those are non-benefited staff who may work one afternoon every other week or something like that. We have our standby bus drivers, which were the ones Pete was talking about previously, that are working all year long, and they're 8 hours a day throughout the summer. We try to work with our retired folks and offer them the routes that are 5.5 hours so that they're eligible for their benefits and they can work as little as possible and give back to the community. And we try to offer field trips and other incentives like that for everyone else. So we're doing as much as we can and trying to tailor to our very diverse community.
Thank you. And that I just want to echo that for all the positions. And the other good news, I'm losing my voice. And again, we mentioned that we offer the PERS benefits, the health benefits that many don't. And of course, once somebody's got 5-10 years on, generally they're hooked because they're going to lose those benefits. I mean, they might go to Clark County School District, but they're not going to go outside the PERS system without losing all those benefits. I like the idea I brought up earlier of a general consultant. I've also discussed that maybe we should hold a seminar nationwide. I believe would get excellent attendance to share ideas with other school districts or government employees nationwide. I loved what you said about the wage war. We don't want to get into that because that's never ending. And when I worked for the Reno Police Department, I was a proud union member or association member and my entire career. And yeah, it was always comparing Sparks to Reno, to Sacramento, to whoever. And you just can't go down that rabbit hole. I've mentioned before, I'll mention again, since it's relatively free, if we could find a college student, UNR, UNLV, I don't care, San Diego State, the prestigious college where I went, to do research on any of these issues, working on their master's or PhD, et cetera. I'm going to save the best for last. I just want to make a quick comment. Some of the emails we've had, why don't you call up the National Guard? They're not little toy soldiers in a box that you just unpeel. They're teachers and lawyers and doctors and candlestick makers and bus drivers. You know, they have jobs, they have families, they're part-time. You don't just call, and they're not bus drivers. They're not trained to be bus drivers. So people that suggest that, it's a great idea to talk about. It doesn't, that dog don't hunt. I also believe that many of these are a state issue. When I teach my classes, we've taught that it's not necessarily the Reno Police Department's job to recruit statewide, that the state has a hand in that. And just read today, and it's a small area, but some agencies, some teaching areas have a 410 plan where the fifth day is used for other purposes like field trips, and you don't need all the bus drivers or whatever. So, I mean, I'm just throwing stuff out that there's a lot of innovative ideas that before I accept any kind of a cut in service, I don't think we've gone there yet. And I'll save the best for last. I've said it over and over. I believe teacher housing, staff housing is one of the critical answers that we have to address. That opens an entire Pandora's box of what do I mean by that? That anything from subsidized to we build with funding. I know we can't do WC1, but be it general fund, capital, I don't care. If we have the funds, we build housing for staff. Housing, I want to emphasize, is an investment. Property values are going up and up and up. It's not a cost as much as an investment. We own that land. We own that housing. And people will say, that doesn't work. Why don't we try it? Why don't we just try it for the bus drivers? You know, and again, I know it's got to be negotiated, but when we open that box with the union to talk about it, and the associations, because many of them prefer to be called associations, not unions, when we open that conversation, housing should be an integral part. And again, this is a small discussion. I teach a 2-day class on this, on what that means. And my final thing, and I think I'm about done, and my voice is too, as I mentioned before, one of those components could be an RV park, and then the cards and letters that Jeff wants us to live in trailers. No, I want teacher housing, I want staff housing, I want to make them happy, I want to support them, I want to do whatever it takes to recruit and retain. And for somebody out of town, if they're coming and they want to stay in a very new RV that's super fancy and most people haven't seen them lately, that's just one tiny piece of the puzzle. So already tonight, somebody's probably already typing out the email of what I didn't say, just like last time, and it's despicable what they did. But all those things need to be on the table before I'm willing to vote for a long-term cut in service. And thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Rodriguez?
I do want to just correct something. I believe it was Trustee Smith and I, we did bring up the National Guard to Superintendent McNeil, and we actually do have a transportation company that our deployments overlapped in Afghanistan, so I do know we do have drivers, but we were just denied. By the governor, by the state, sorry.
I actually went to the tag. Yeah, but it didn't get us anything. But I did try. But I did try. Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for this hard work. We covered a lot of ground, so I just have 3 quick points of clarification. Okay. The first is, are we going to be able to review who is getting benefits versus who is not? So, like in this situation with aides or assistants, can we also consider where we might not be getting applicants because we're not offering benefits and looking at that? I believe we touched on that a little bit, but I do know based on some feedback that there are people that may be interested in these roles, but at the moment they don't offer benefits. So I'm just asking if that could be something that could be considered. Maybe you already are, but we've covered a lot of ground.
Want to pause here and we can get a response?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So I think that is a really good question. Although we didn't look at it specifically through, so when I say it, we kind of put everybody through the critical shortage framework, right? So that also captures the non-benefited positions, which I think following your line of thinking, there would be more of because people are less interested in those positions. So yeah, I think they are reflected in the framework. And then kind of second point, within the special education aides and assistants, that's been a huge consideration. And so a lot of the thinking that we're doing around those changes are how do we create more benefited positions.
That would be excellent and goes right to the heart of my question. Thank you. Number 2, since I know that we have to get with our associations and we can't really have hard things here, I get that. Just to reiterate, I heard that we will pay close attention to the fact that we don't want to be creating inequities with hiring in new employees at levels that are higher than our loyal and existing. And so what we're looking at is a situation where we ideally everyone rises to a degree, right? and I know it's okay if you say I can't answer definitively, because I understand that there are conversations that need to happen with our associations.
So yes and yes. There are certainly details that need to be worked out, but in terms of the scope of the negotiations that we would be embarking upon at this point, it would be the big four identified through the critical shortage framework, and then possibly other support areas if once we determined what those thresholds are in each of those metrics, if there were other units or job descriptions, job titles within WESP that then met that criteria, they would be considered, but we're not looking at a wholesale compensation increase for the whole unit.
Understood. Thank you. Okay. Third one is kind of out of left field, and it's for Mr. Mark Mathers. It's a good question. Something that I can't get out of my mind is that Washoe County receives the lowest amount of funding than any county in Nevada. I understand, or I believe to be true, that if there is this finance committee, and they have, from what I gut check me here, they have the authority to address this. When can we get on that agenda to be heard for this? And if we need to wait and meet out in the parking lot after the meeting, that's fine too. I'm totally fine with a short answer on this. But for months now, we've been hearing that they are open to hearing this. So when can we have this moment?
So Dr. McNeil's going to have to help edit me. So the Commission on School Funding only can make recommendations, so I just want to make that clear. It's an advisory board. Dr. McNeil, help me if I get this wrong. I believe it was in February the Commission took a vote to relook at the comparable wage index or the Nevada Cost of Education Index. That is a primary reason why we're the lowest per pupil funded district in the state. They took a vote based on my motion and the analysis we've done to relook at it using DETR data. That was February. Since then, we've had discussions with the Department of Education about moving that analysis forward, and we're awaiting their response.
God bless you.
But Dr. McNeil knows we have been pushing for an expeditious review, and we'll continue to push for an expeditious review.
This is a weekly conversation with Mr. Mathers and Ms. Anderson and myself. And we continue to push on that just as recently as last week with the Department of Education. And we are hopeful that we will continue to be heard so that we can actually have that discussion. Because the fact of the matter is that if the CWI, the cost wage index, is not fixed within this formula, Washoe County will continue to be hurt by this. And it's also Douglas County as well as Carson.
In the microphone.
Is that a proposal would that go to IFC or Governor's Finance Office, or where would that go?
Yeah, ultimately, hopefully that is recalculated and looks more like reality vis-a-vis housing prices between counties here in Nevada, and then that should be, hopefully that would be incorporated by the Department of Education and presented to the legislature in the 2023 session. So that's the process, that it needs to go into the budget that the state prepares for the next biennium, which we'll see that budget, that recommended budget, in January of 2023.
I guess I'm just wondering. I guess my question is, are we able to I don't know, like better words? I'm just trying to do this to know what I know, my day job, like a work program, and go to the IFC or anything like that, or?
It's a good question, but we've been told no. There will be no. There is. So every district's per pupil funding is locked into a bill that is approved during the session. So our per pupil funding for 23 is locked into that bill, and a subset of the legislature cannot undo what the full legislature voted on in that bill. So legally, we are, prohibited from Department of Education is prohibited from adjusting that in mid-biennium.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Mayberry?
I'm sorry. That's why I had my light on. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much for all this hard work. You guys are working so hard for our students and families, and I know all of us really appreciate it. Have to make some tough decisions. I know beggars can't be choosers. I have a lot of trepidation of kind of losing those vacant bus drivers, but I recognize the downside. It's the irony is we spent so much time earlier with Adam and Mark talking about the capital improvement, and that's beautiful. We're set to go there, and now it's just such a contrast when it comes to the wages and our staff. I think the legislature is where it's at, but my friends, there's no guarantee the legislature's going to fix anything either. I mean, we have to be realistic. We keep talking about the legislature and the committee. Clark County's not going to do anything to hurt them. I mean, it's 80% of the population down there, so it's a steep climb. And I know that's a conversation for another time. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds with the legislative strategy, but I want to keep hope alive too. But it's we have some significant challenges ahead. And I'm glad we can really talk about this as we give you direction. I mean, it's my hope that you can continue to work your magic, and I'm concerned about the busing. I'd like it, and particularly if we have a recession, that may make things even more difficult. Which is someday, at some point, if we do lose those 40-plus drivers, I'd like us to, somehow have some strategy to put those back so we can, a lot of what I hear is parents and families are concerned about some of the longer distances that they have their kids walk, particularly during the time of year when it gets dark early. So that's just my commentary, but I appreciate all your effort. And one question, Pete, can I just ask you on the slides on student attendance? It's a little bit of a departure. Can you just explain to me? There's 4 schools that are identified for each area. Was there a reason why those 4 schools were identified?
I believe those were the schools that were most impacted by...
Those were the highest numbers of students. Those schools rose to the top as far as the number of students and the percent of attendance for that week.
Okay. But in the appendix, you have all of the schools that was provided to you, so you can look at that. Was included in the agenda report.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. I appreciate the depth of research that goes into thinking about solutions to address the concerns. I really do, and I know it's on your mind. There's no doubt in my mind it wakes you up several times in the middle of the night, maybe because that's when you get your best idea. And when that happens, please write it down because you might forget it. But I want to share, I have three overarching that I believe are considerations throughout, and I'm going to say that I'm sure they are, and so I want you to know that I know they are, but I think these are very important, and that is maintaining our current workforce. We don't want to lose anyone else, because then we start whittling away at the concessions we make in providing different frameworks for service. And we also know that our best advocates are happy and healthy employees. And so it's extremely important to me that we continue to increase employee satisfaction so that when you get up in the morning, you want to come to work for all the right reasons. And then I know that you're doing this work, HR and Emily and your team are doing this work all the time, and that is making sure that we continue to further open that door so that the interest in working for Washoe County School District, the interest increases as we know that there are numerous opportunities in our community for employment. And I am of a mind that if you can go and make $21 at a job that isn't fulfilling, you learn that very quickly, and you maybe wish that you took that job that is much more fulfilling. And I think that there is a heart and mind and soul for individuals who like working around education, in education, and with our students and our employees. And so let's continue to open that door. And I just wanted to share again that I thank you, because this is mind-bending work. This is hard work, and thank you. And thank you, Scott, for what you and your team do.
Thank you to all of the trustees. I'm going to move us along because we have some recommendations on the board, and we do have another agenda item. So I'm going to turn our attention to the recommendations and look one at a time. You see the first bullet point, that's the first recommendation, to accept the new level of service for the Transportation Department, which utilizes the 5-day-a-week hub system, and this is for 1 year. Okay, this is for 1 year, and it certainly doesn't eliminate, if something amazing happens in the middle of that year, it's not like that can't be changed, by the way, right? But it at least says next year everyone's going to get to school. Okay, so looking for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board.
I do have one quick
Sure.
question. Sorry that Deb stepped out. Do any of these options change anything this year, this current school year, to get kids on buses everywhere?
No, I would love to get to that level for this school year. Unfortunately, obviously, as you know, we're in the area rotation calendar, but no, it doesn't change anything for this year.
I think, Emily Ellison, for the record, I think what I would add is just to piggyback on what Dr. Nicolette said, and I think really what we're trying to do is stabilize for the remainder of the year so that then we can ramp back up to the hub system for next year.
Okay, looking to my colleagues, what's the pleasure of the board on recommendation or bullet point number 1?
Real fast, I was just given information. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on that bullet that this does not include the area rotation plan. This is strictly just the 5-day-a-week hub.
Right, this is just the hub. Yeah,
just hub.
I think the clarification is good, though. Okay. Fair motion. If not, we'll move on to the second recommendation.
I will move.
Okay, Dr. Nicolette.
I move that for the Board of Trustees to accept the new level of service for the Transportation Department that utilizes the 5-day during the week hub system for middle school and high school student transportation for the 2022-2023 school year.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion on the floor from Dr. Nicolette, seconded by Trustee Minetto. Again, clarification, this returns everyone to getting to school every day, but middle school and high school students will continue with the hub system. And this is for the 2022-23 academic year. Okay? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Nay. Okay, the motion carries. At the record show it is 6-1. We go on to recommendation number 2 for the Board of Trustees to direct the superintendent to move forward with the Transportation Department options being reviewed as outlined by staff, including continued the routing optimization, elementary school optimization, elementary school reduction in bus stops, utilization of combo positions, the scheduled double runs, a weighted area rotation plan based upon attendance and hardship data, and school bell time changes and walk zone changes to and to provide periodic updates to the Board of Trustees on these items. Those items were discussed. If you need any clarification on those, this will be the time to ask staff to provide that. If not, looking for a motion, Trustee Smith?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for that the board approves. Bullet point, the recommendation on the second bullet point. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Minetto. No discussion? All right, all those in favor, no further discussion. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye. Opposition? Okay, so that the motion carries 5-2. Recommendation on the third bullet provided for the Board of Trustees to accept the new level of service for the Facilities Management Department and reducing vacuuming to once per week for all schools effective for the 2022-23 school year. Okay, motion on the floor by Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second? Second by, we'll go to Trustee Mayberry. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor indicate so by saying aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. And then the final recommendation on this agenda item, provide direction to the superintendent to work with the Washoe education support professionals to reach an agreement regarding implementation of a critical, that means I should be going to bed. To reach an agreement regarding implementation of a critical shortage compensation adjustment process in the areas of those 4 areas we've been discussing: transportation, nutrition services, special education aids and assistance, and housekeeping, and other possible support staff areas.
So move.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Mayberry.
Discussion or clarification?
And then we need to be second first. If there's a second on the floor, Trustee Rodriguez, yes. Trustee Church?
Can you clarify, compensation doesn't just necessarily mean cash. It could mean, I'm not saying it would be, it could be housing, it could be extra days off, it could be any kind of compensation?
I think broadly, yes, compensation does cover all of those benefits. I believe our intention with this recommendation is to utilize the framework to provide base compensation adjustments.
Okay, did that answer that question? It could be anything they have to negotiate. The intention is to provide a competitive wage.
And then we're not approving any contracts, so anything would have to come back to us anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Mayberry?
No.
Your light's on. Oh, that's okay. All right, no further discussion? All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? The motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you very much. Very much hard work, and thank you for your creativity for how do we create some ongoing money to get more competitive and keep the folks that we have and attract more. So thank you. Thank you very much. That's a heavy lift. Yep, heavy lift. All right. All right, we'll go down. We're on to agenda item 3.06. Discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to authorize an additional retainer amount not to exceed $35,000 for services through June 30th, 2022 from the district's fiscal year 22 general fund contingency account to the law firm of Simons Hall Johnson pursuant to Board Policy 9165 to continue to represent the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees for open meeting law purposes at meetings of the Board of Trustees, as well as other advice requested by trustees pursuant to Board Policy 9165. I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you very much. So actually, just within the board title, we're going to need additional funding for outside counsel to run our board meetings. Work sessions, special meetings. This does not include board policy because you have your chief general counsel, Mr. Rombardo, running those board policies. But any time that we ask to go to the contingency fund, we need to bring that forward to the board. So this is requesting an increase to the current budget for outside legal counsel in the amount of $35,000 out of the contingency fund.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I will add a couple of things that obviously we know we have. This is projecting with our special meetings and so on, and our superintendent search and so on, the requirements of the time from Mr. Hall. And then I did ask staff to look up the last year we had outside board counsel, and I believe you gave me that number. It was a $70,000 budget item. We put $35,000 in initially. And so this is in alignment with what we've done in the past. But that was a projection that was made. And then we have special meetings and interviews and such. And so we land where we are in that. So, okay, so looking for a motion if that is the pleasure. Call for public comment. Yes, call for. See, this is why we need to pay this man. No, okay. Any public comment, JJ? No, there's motion on the floor. Trustee Rodriguez, is there a second? Second, Trustee Smith. See no discussion. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Abstain since I was out of the room for deliberations.
Okay, well, one of the things we talked about is so let me give you a quick little review.
Yeah, no, I remember, but I wasn't present for the discussion. I mean, I was absent. I mean,
it's totally up to you, Trustee Church, whatever you want to do. It's not like you don't know what the agenda item is, so.
No, does legal have an opinion? Do I?
I mean, the open meeting law highly encourages you.
Mike.
Okay, put me down as an aye.
No, I just remember we just had that conversation, which is why I.
Yeah, I just felt because I was absent.
Right, but we get this stuff in advance, so it's not like it was a surprise to anybody. Okay, so we'll take that vote just to make sure that we're clear. All in favor of the agenda item 3.06, indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Okay. All right. I will ask the pleasure of the board. I would certainly like to forego board reports, and for the student has gone anyway. And unless there's something pressing, the superintendent report. Sorry. Is that do it now? Again, this two trustees can say no. Please do it. No, don't see it. Okay.
So just really quickly, so I always wear my sweatshirt, so I want to do a shout out to Reed High School. They hosted the Northern Nevada Council for Social Studies, and our keynote speaker was Greg Deal. State Superintendent Ebert was able to stop by as well, and his discussion on indigenous perspectives on current issues was absolutely fascinating. And then also for McQueen High School, so I got to take this off really quick. For McQueen High School, we wanted to highlight their culinary management team placed first in the Pro Start competition in Las Vegas and will be competing at the national levels in Washington, D.C. The Hoops for Hope faculty basketball game is scheduled for this Friday, April 15th, against Reno High. This year, they are raising money for the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation, highlighting McQueen's Landon Smith. And that's all I have for that. 2 great visits over to Collin Ranch and Beck Elementary. And that's it, Madam President.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Superintendent. Anyone that had great visits and want to report them, certainly just if you wouldn't mind holding them to our next meeting, that would be great. Okay. Closing public comment.
Hope Bachman. Jeff Church.
Okay, I don't think Ms. Bachman's here. Welcome, Trustee Church.
I'll try to be brief, but a couple of these I think are very important because of the timeliness. Jeff Church, for the record. I wanted to make sure that the public knew that we are in the process of hiring a new superintendent, and on 18 April at 5 p.m. there'll be a meet and greet at Wooster High, and anybody can correct me if I have any of the times or locations wrong. But that'll be a non-public, it's not a formal board meeting or anything, it's a public meeting for meet and greet for the public to meet the new 5 finalists for superintendent. On 20 April, we just had an update because I put out to many of the folks that I can email with incorrect information that's been updated. On 20 April, tentatively, will be the board meeting where we do actually in person meet and ask questions of the 5 finalists. That's assuming that all 5 continue in the process. That will be at 9:30 a.m. tentatively. I'd previously put out 11:30. I'm not quite sure how long that will go, but I want to point out for tonight, we started our board meeting, policy meeting at noon. It's now 9 p.m. We started the board meeting approximately 3 p.m., 6 hours. I think 6 to 7 hours for such an important meeting is not unreasonable. If each, and again, I want to point out this is all fluid. We're talking to staff. We're talking to folks on this issue, so I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to be critical. But at one point, it was suggested that each trustee have 1 question for each candidate. That's not acceptable to me. If we were, for example, to have 12 minutes of question and answer per trustee, times 5, times 7, that's a 7-hour meeting, only if every one of us used every single minute and every trustee asked every question, et cetera. But I think that's reasonable. 12 minutes is almost too short, but I don't think that's unreasonable to ask that we get 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes per trustee, per person to ask, per finalist for such an important thing. There's virtually no vote that we're going to make in our tenure on the board as important as that of the future superintendent. So I just strongly And again, it's not set in stone. It was just a suggestion for one question. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. We're working through it. There'll be conversations offline. But this is the only opportunity I have to talk to the board without violating open meeting law and to talk to the public so that they understand these events are coming up, followed by the 26th of April when maybe tentatively we will be making that important decision. So 18 April, 20 April, 26, 7 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I'm going to update some of that information. Just as we close the meeting, the whole schedule for all the candidates will be released. The communications team will get that out there. Our media partners will have that out there, so it certainly will be available. The focus groups are on 4/19 at 5 p.m., not 4/18. At 4/19, trustees have each trustee has at least 60 to 90 minutes with each candidate when we have meals with them. So it isn't just limited to the time that we have in the interview. So I don't want the public to think that, we're just going to have 5 questions and we're just going to be done. Each of us have meals with each candidate, and those gifts, which provides at least an hour for us to be able to ask questions and gather information as well. And then finally, there is another you can always inform the board of anything you'd like to share with the BCC. So this is not the only opportunity for that. So I wanted to clarify that so that the record is accurate. It's straight out, and then the public knows certainly what it is that's going on. All right, so you know about our next meeting. Our next board meeting, regular scheduled board meeting, is April 26th. But then please pay attention to the media, and you'll see the special meeting, which is on April 20th, beginning at 9:30. Thank you, everybody.